I'll call us to order at this point. It's 9:00, another council meeting. And I just like to remind members of the public, if they wish to participate, they're welcome to do so either in person at the council chambers here or remotely via Zoom, phone, or internet. Members of the public wishing to participate must register in advance with Legislative Services by 4 p.m. The day previous by contacting the Deputy Clerk at meaford.ca or 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. And as well, the public can view this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. And I'll read our land acknowledgement. I usually give this to somebody in advance of the meeting, but I can do it too. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters. Now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. So our session today begins with special education for council, and I'm going to call on Janine DeBoer of Acclaims Environmental Inc. to speak to us about taking care of our drinking water. Janine, welcome to Meaford.
Thank you. I'm kind of new at microphones, so if I start, I'm gonna have to hold on to this table so I don't move because I'm used to walking around. So if somebody catches me, grab me and push me back. Well, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me. Like Mayor Kentner said, my name is Janine DeBoer. I'm working with Acclaims Environmental. My previous roles, or what I've been doing in the past, I worked for 26 years for the region of Durham as a DWQMS coordinator. I worked at the water plants. I have a class 4 water treatment, class 3 distribution and supply certificate as well. So I started in the plants. I was the first female operator that they hired full time. So I'm very proud of that. I was 4 months pregnant at the time when they hired me. My boss was a really big chauvinist. If he would have known I was pregnant, he probably wouldn't have hired me. But looking past that, we've hired lots of female operators since. So I think that I was a bit of a leading the edge for the females to get into drinking water. So I'm kind of proud of that. Just last year in April, I decided to repurpose. I retired. I left Durham because after 26 years, my HR department said, "Hey, you're not old enough to retire." I said, "Yes, I know, but I'm still going to go." I'm still working with Durham because they haven't filled my job yet, almost a year later, but it's the way that the world is right now. And we're going to talk a little bit about that when we get into the presentation. I've had some other opportunities to do some traveling with working with the Standards Council of Canada, working with the Operators Without Borders as well. I work with some people in Dominica and things like that. So lots of opportunities. So I'm really happy to be here. I also do work with Walkerton Clean Water Center, some training with them. So if you ever get a chance to do training other than this, then you might get to see me there. But as we go through this presentation, taking care of your drinking water, this is about the statutory standard of care. If you have questions, please interrupt me at any time. I don't want you to go, I should have asked that question. Just interrupt. I don't mind having questions at any time as we go through. We also have Jessica and Emily that are going to answer questions that I don't maybe know the answer to because of your specific system that I might not know the answer. So they're your experts and you hired good people, and that's the key. And you're going to hear that by the end of this is hiring the right people to do the job is going to be it's going to be what protects you in your job. I'm going to scare you at the beginning, and I'm sorry, but I'm hoping by the end you're going, well, you know what, I'm okay. I feel confident because we have good staff in place. And I hope I didn't scare these two gentlemen that aren't here yet with my presentation. I didn't even start, they're not here. So anyways, but again, if you have any questions, then let me know. And I understand there's a few people that are new. And Brandon, you're new, so you are really new, and I'm sorry for going to scare you. Did you know that you owned a water plant now when you signed up to be a counselor? Perfect. As counselors, you are now the owners of drinking water system, and under the statutory standard of care, you have overall responsibility. So we're going to talk about that. We are here because of this training. You need to understand that it's your duty as a counselor to be aware of the situation. You have the overall decision-making authority. You need to be informed. That's why we're here, to give you some information on what your actual roles, responsibilities, and duties are under that Safe Drinking Water Act, under this statutory standard of care. You need to ask questions and get them answered. That's why we have these experts here with us today, so that they can answer the questions. I can tell you lots about regulations and the acts that go with it, but the specifics that are happening in the municipality of Meaford, we have other people that can help answer those. You also have to be vigilant. What happened in Walkerton was a lot to do with complacency. So we don't want to be complacent. We don't want to assume because it was okay yesterday, it's going to still be okay in the future. We want to make sure we're maintaining our systems. We had a little brief talk before we started about, things breaking down after so many years being in place. So we want to be vigilant, making sure we're keeping on top of it. I have a story from Durham region, and it's probably like this from a lot of municipalities. There's valves in our systems in Durham that have been there since 1900 and something, and nobody will touch them now because they aren't confident they're going to hold. So they won't even touch them. So here's a problem. It's because we're not maintaining things. So we're going to talk about maintaining and all that kind of thing. I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of your system. If you haven't had a tour of your water plant, I would suggest that you sign up for one. Ask Jessica or Emily. I'm not sure who the supervisor is to take you on a tour, but one of those guys can set you up and go for a tour and see what it's like. We were just talking, they're doing a repair on some main out, and I thought we should go for a road trip and actually watch that. That's kind of cool to see, what's actually in the ground and that kind of thing. So be informed, be vigilant. It's your duty. We are also going to talk about this thing called the operational plan. So the overall running of our drinking water system is by this document called the operational plan, and you are going to be getting to endorse the operational plan soon. So this is kind of an introduction to it, and then Emily's going to be presenting you the operational plan to endorse it, to say, yes, you know what, these are the processes, these are the policies and procedures we are going to follow at the municipality of Meaford, and we endorse this operational plan. So that's coming, so look forward to that. But what triggered all of this? Why are we here? And you guys are fairly close to Walkerton, so I'm sure you've had a little bit of knowledge in what happened in Walkerton in 2000. I find it hard to believe that it's been almost 23 years since Walkerton happened. That day changed all of our lives for people that work in the water industry. I can remember when I was working in the plants, and we were, this is a major event in our lives, and how we operate, how we do all of our work has changed. I wouldn't be here today if Walkerton hadn't happened. So 7 people died, and it's very sad, but I think it's probably protected a lot more people than that 7 because of that happening. We've improved our systems all over Ontario. We have the best drinking water systems in the world probably now because of all the rules that we have to follow. So in a way, it's sad that it happened, but it also was probably a good thing that it happened, and that, could have been way more people than that if it would have happened. And what Walkerton happened, and it could have happened in any municipality in Ontario. There was complacency all over It could have happened in Durham, could have happened here. So if you think back to what was happening in the 2000s and even before that, I know my dad worked for Durham before. I didn't get the job because of him. I had a different last name than him, but he worked for Durham, and he would come home and tell me about when I was a kid about, they had a few beers after work and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, that is just not how we should be operating, but that's what happened. So lack of oversight by the owners, lack of oversight by the regulators. Walkerton had the well that was in place that if they were just maintaining it properly, this wouldn't have happened. If the ministry would have came back and said, hey, you didn't follow our directions, then this wouldn't have happened. There's a whole bunch of things that happened. If somebody just did one other thing about it, it probably would have been fine. Improper sampling, improper treatment, lack of maintenance, all of these things that happened in Walkerton. Now we have rules, we have regulations, we have this Safe Drinking Water Act. And we're going to go through a little bit of each one of these, and we're going to talk about it as we go along. So the Safe Drinking Water Act is the act that came out because of what happened in Walkerton. I think from when Walkerton happened in 2000 to when we got this Safe Drinking Water Act in 2002, that was fast for government. That was fast getting an act out. It's for, if you look at the beginning of the Safe Drinking Water Act, right in there, there's a definition that says it's providing protection for human health. When we talk about, whenever I go out and ask, what is our job as drinking water operators? Our job is to provide safe drinking water. That is our goal. That is what we want to do, provide safe drinking water provide safe drinking water. We also want to talk about this regulations that are under the act. So they create acts. Those are high level, not really specific. Under the acts, they have these regulations that are more specific rules. The first one, Reg 169, is a list of all of these health-based parameters. So there's microbiological, there's chemical, there's radiological parameters under this regulation 169. These are things we have to test for based on our kind of system. Under Reg 170, it tells us when we have to do the sampling. So Reg 170 is called the Drinking Water Systems Regulation, and it is what I call the Drinking Water Bible. This is what we have to follow. These are the rules. These are how we have to maintain our systems. These are how we have to start our systems to begin with. What kind of treatment is required is all in Reg 170. It's kind of small to read, and I apologize. You are going to get, I don't think you've got a copy of the presentation yet, but you will. Oh, you did. Okay. So you will get a copy of this presentation, but this is just a really good summary of the duties of the owners and the operating authority under the Safe Drinking Water Act. So the owner council has to ensure that we have an operating authority that's accredited. And being accredited means that you've had an audit by an external party and that you pass, kind of not the right necessarily words, but you get audited and you meet the requirements of the standard, that drinking water quality management standard. You have to report to the public, which you guys do. You can delegate responsibility in an operating agreement, but you don't do that. You own and operate. So, but other places hire an operating authority to do that. And that's the operating authority for you is still you. So the municipality of Meaford is also the operating authority and the owner. You want to make sure you meet all the drinking water quality standards, that you operate in accordance with the Act, sample test and monitoring, all of these things that you have to maintain. And this is in section 11 to 18 of the Safe Drinking Water Act, pretty high level information. But what you are most concerned about is flipping through so fast. I did that one time. Here's a funny story. I was doing virtual training and I had a monitor and I had my keyboard behind and I put something on my enter key by mistake and it was flipping through all the slides and I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with my computer, and I'm phoning people. Anyway, so just be careful when you put your phone on the flipping through the slides. Anyways, here's why we're here, and here is the important part. Section 19 of the Safe Drinking Water Act is the statutory standard of care. This did not come into play right away when the Safe Drinking Water Act came out in 2002. It was a few years after that it actually came out, came into force, but now it is in force. And what it says is that you shall exercise a level of care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would be expected to exercise in a similar situation? Do you have to be an expert in drinking water? No. Do you have to do what you think is best? Yes. You need to do what you believe to be best, what you think what a prudent person would do in that same situation. You have to act honestly, competently, and with integrity. And there's where it says protection and safety of the users of the municipal drinking water system. So you just need to do your job. You just don't be negligent. And that's what I tell everybody when I do any kind of training here is just don't be silliness and don't go dumping stuff into the water. As long as you're doing the best that you can, then you're going to be fine. And when you hire good people to help, and that's kind of the key. Or if you don't do all of these things, you can be guilty of an offense. So as a counselor, as the owner, as the mayor, as the deputy mayor, you could be guilty of an offense. So say, for instance, Jessica comes and says, I have a problem with my chlorinator. It's not working and I need to replace it, or we're not going to be able to meet the requirements for chlorination. And you say, yeah, I don't believe you. I don't want to. We're not going to give you the money. And you, okay, well, I can't do anything because I don't make the money. So she goes back and somebody dies. Then you're going to look at these $1 million fines, and we'll look at the fines up to 4 million and 5 years in jail. Was it worth it to say no to her request for a new chlorinator? Probably not. So these are the fines that are in the legislation. $4 million, 5 years. If anybody has $4 million to pay a fine, they're probably not sitting here. They're probably somewhere south right now because it's really cold and snowy. So there is no minimum. That's a maximum fine, and it is cumulative. I don't know, you get another chance, but if you did it again, you could get a bigger fine, up to 6 million. So the chances of getting a second chance to do it again are probably slim, but you know, it is possible. But the Municipal Act, I know we have some protection under the Municipal Act. It does not, there's no protection under the Municipal Act for this. So you can get these fines. There's no protection under this, what it says in the Municipal Act does not give you that, protection. But let's talk about some sample convictions. So the first one we were going to talk about, this is not that long ago, 2021. So Aqua, Ontario Clean Water Agency, was fined $50,000 total for failing to ensure that a qualified person examined the test results immediately. So one of the requirements for if you have an alarm is to send somebody to check it and make sure that it's okay. And they didn't do that. They got charged for, let me see. They got charged that 60,000 or 50,000. It was in the township of Schreiber. And they got Water Lakes, and they kept getting alarms and nobody went out. So we don't have that issue here because as soon as you have an alarm, somebody goes and checks it. That's what happens here. But it happened, and not that long ago. And I don't understand why, because we have the rules and that just baffles me. But anyway, second one is in 2020, 30,000 plus 7,500 for failing to immediately report an adverse. So if there's certain situations that happen in our drinking water system, low chlorine, high turbidity, all of these things can happen that are considered adverse drinking water quality. You'll see that word in your annual report, adverse drinking water quality. And one of the requirements is to report it as soon as it happens. So if you fail to do that, then you can get fined as well. Let me see. That one was, again, it was in Schreiber. They are not very good, are they? We're going to not go there and drink their water. I kind of laughed. This is kind of it's not even funny. I went into the bathroom when I got here and the sign says, do not drink the water. And I'm like, oh, this is not good. I'm coming to do a water presentation. Can't drink the water. That's my first thing when I go to a place. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Yeah. This is informal.
Okay to ask questions. I don't
Yeah,
want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Okay. You say low chlorine alarms. I think I'm correct, and I know you'll correct me if I'm not. Some municipality drinking water systems don't involve chlorine. Do they, are there not some without chlorine treatment, or am I wrong?
Well, you are not wrong, but sort of you are. So. Well, no, there's some that don't use chlorine for primary disinfection. So at the plants, they don't do the initial treatment with chlorine. They use UV, maybe ozone, something like that. But every drinking water system in Ontario has to have chlorine in their distribution system. So secondary disinfection has to have chlorine. So you have to have some kind of chlorine in your distribution system.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm glad it's not complicated at all.
So
No, okay.
does that make sense? Does that make sense though?
Yeah.
Sort of.
That's fine, thanks.
No problem. Anyway, so for the second one, failing to report an adverse, again, we have to report it immediately. If we don't report it immediately, we can get fined for that. There's also written notifications after the fact. You're good. I don't think we've had any issues. I've looked at a few of their annual reports and no issues with that here either. It's when you hire good staff that know the rules and know what they're doing, and you have good hands with Emily. She's been around a long time. She knows a lot about the rules. She could have probably done this presentation just as good as me. I've known Emily a long time, so this group of QMS representatives, this role that we have is a very small group. So we kind of have some good networking between each other. Sorry, and I get easily distracted apparently. So I'll keep on topic. The last one is from West Elgin, and it was a lot of fines. It's a fairly old one, but it's important one to read because it's talking about failing to report adverses, but it's also talking about providing false information. So we can have problems. That happens. Things go wrong. We need to tell them. But the problem is when you lie about it or you provide false information. So for this case, for instance, the operator, the ministry came and asked them and they said, no, we didn't do that. Or yeah, the residual was low. It was, I don't know, below 0.05. And they wrote in the logbook, they changed it to make it 0.8 instead of 0.05. So whatever it was, they falsified records, they lied about it. That guy went to jail for 30 days. That's a lot of days in jail for somebody just for not telling the truth. You can just tell the truth, then we deal with the problem. So kind of moral of the story is things go wrong. It's when you hide it or try to cover things up that we have problems. And I don't see that that's going to be an issue here either. But because, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Just a question about that. What would be the motivation for somebody to lie about these types of reports? I mean, that would maybe be speculative on your part, but that makes no sense to me why somebody would just falsify.
It makes no sense. I think because some of the cases, the people, they didn't go and do what they were supposed to do. And so they were trying to fix it without somebody finding out that they did something wrong in the first place. So it's kind of a big snowball. Really, I have to keep going with this lie because I started lying all way back then. What's the motivation? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. And so trying to protect themselves from stuff they've been doing all along. We do a case study in one of the courses that I teach about a guy from Alberta, and he had worked in the industry. He was for 37 years, and for I don't know how many, over 10 years, he was taking samples only at his shop instead of in the distribution system. But he got caught. And so then you're like, well, now, but I don't understand. You get paid by the hour, not by the job. Just go do your job, especially nowadays. It doesn't make it. So what is motivation? It's just something happened and they're just trying to and it's just like keep covering it up instead of now he figured out that's 30 days in jail is how much that cost him. I don't know if that probably doesn't help at all, but no problem. So because of what happened in Walkerton and because of all the things that went wrong, that the province wasn't helping, the province wasn't doing their job, the municipality wasn't doing all of their job. Now we have this thing called we have a shared responsibility. So the province, Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, also the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care for small systems, and the local health unit, which is Grey Bruce, Public Health for you You are the owner, municipality of Meaford. The operations department, environmental services division is the operating authority. They're the ones that have been audited to the DWQMS, have a third party audit that comes in, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later. These are all people working together to make sure that we supply safe drinking water for the residents of the municipality of Meaford. So what is your responsibility under this DWQMS? So DWQMS is the Drinking Water Quality Management Standard. I already mentioned a little bit about the operational plan and the endorsement of that. But what you have to do, what your responsibility is, that you need to make sure that we're meeting the requirements for drinking water quality. You don't have to ensure it. You just have to be the monitor of it, answer reports and things like that. Should I go back and tell him how much fine he's going to get? No, so I'm just kidding. No, we were talking about fines just before you came in, so. Not for being late. So his job, he's got all the jobs that I just talked about already. They're all his jobs now. So making sure that we have drinking water quality, that we're doing all these tests, that's part of your responsibilities. You're not going to do it. You're going to make sure you have people that do these things. So you hire good people, and that's what you're going to do. We have a thing called a municipal drinking water license. That's the authority to run the drinking water system, is the municipal drinking water license. I'm going to talk a little bit about it in a couple slides about what is part of that municipal drinking water license. And we have this thing called the Drinking Water Works Permit. If you were from the past, if you worked in the water systems before, they used to be called certificates of approval. List all of the stuff that we have in our drinking water systems. So the ministry inspector will take our drinking water works permit, go to our plants and say, show me your pumps, show me these analyzers, show me this stuff that's listed. It's a tabular form of all the equipment that we have in our system. That we have a quality management system that's implemented and maintained. You should know that you have a quality policy. We're going to talk about that as well. And then we have this thing called the operational plan. And that we have our accredited, and we talk about this. So you are not going to do those things. You're going to make sure you have people that can make sure all of those things happen for you. Click it once, and I don't want it to go 3 times. So under the Ontario Drinking Water Standards Objectives, so this is part of this Reg 169, and I just want to talk about that regulation a little bit. Reg 169 is the Ontario Drinking Water Quality Standards, ODWQS. That's what that's called. And it's talking about disease-causing organisms, chemicals that might cause issues in your drinking water system, and radioactive substances. Just let me ask a question. I didn't ask this. You don't have to test for radioactive stuff here. You're not that close to the Bruce Power. Because if you're close to a nuclear plant, then you have to do extra testing, but I wasn't sure if you guys had to, because it's close, but not close enough. So if you were close to a nuclear plant, you'd have to do radioactive testing. Why do we care? First of all, we want it to be safe. Always, that's the most important thing, to make sure we have safe drinking water. But secondary to that is that we want to make sure that it's acceptable and aesthetically pleasing. Sometimes I have trouble with that aesthetically pleasing word, because if it doesn't taste good, doesn't look good, doesn't smell good, good chance somebody's calling to tell you about it. So that's also the key. Make sure that it has those, that people want to drink the water. So that was Reg 169. The second one is Reg 170, drinking water systems. Like I mentioned, this is the drinking water Bible. This is the one that we follow as operators, as the operating authority. Make sure we have the proper treatment equipment. We have minimum treatment requirements. This is where that secondary disinfection comes in. We were just talking about, we don't have to do chlorine treatment at our plants, but we have to have something in the distribution system to make sure we have a chlorine residual. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm confused. Would a system have a water plant and a distribution facility separate buildings?
No, the distribution system is the pipes.
Okay. So
Or it could be the tower, could be a reservoir. So your elevated tank that you have with Meaford on it, that's part of the distribution system.
So a town could have the chlorinator on the tower.
No, unless there was no people before that. Anytime there's a person that drinks the water, it has to have chlorine residual.
Okay, you keep on saying either at the plant or at the distribution facility. So
Oh, sorry, the distribution system. Sorry, if I said at the distribution facility, I mean system. As soon as it leaves the plant door, basically, it's the distribution system. And that's secondary disinfection. Sorry if I was confusing you.
no, you were probably not wrong. I listened wrong.
It's all right. We'll get it. And I just make sure everybody's clear on things like that. When I say something, if it's not clear, then I would like to re-say it in a different way. So it talks about this procedure for disinfection of drinking water, Ontario. That is where those requirements are for making sure we have chlorine residual in our distribution system. Anything after the plant, it tells us what we have to do in our plants to make sure we have safe drinking water, that we get rid of the bugs, get rid of the contaminants before it gets into our distribution system. Tells us how often we have to do sampling, how often we have to do testing. We do testing a lot. We do a lot of samples. We probably do way more than we need to. You'll see that when you probably haven't seen the annual report yet. Haven't seen the annual report yet? No. Oh, you get some excitement coming up. You get to see the annual report. It was really exciting getting to the annual report, finishing. These guys had lots of fun getting it ready. Now you guys get to have lots of fun looking at it. You're going to see all the results for all the sampling that they've done. How long we have to keep those records, some for 2 years, some for 15 years. Or if you're like Durham, and I'm pretty sure lots of places, we have records. I found we were cleaning out our offices because of construction. We found some records from 1908 in the supervisor's office. So a little over the maybe the record retention policy, but anyways, yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
If I may. Janine, first of all, thanks for making this presentation fun, but just while you're talking about the annual inspection reports, may I ask you, so we've got great people in place. We get our annual reports and we all read every 300 and whatever odd pages of those. And we give our staff everything they ask for in the budget related to water. Does that basically fulfill our obligations as members of council?
I would say yes, that would. Because you're listening to the experts. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that near the end of the presentation. But yes, that is what your role is, to make sure you listen, you ask questions, and that you, fulfill the needs of the system to make sure you have safe drinking water. You're welcome. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of those things as we go. Reg 170 also corrective actions. So if things do go wrong, we do have, sometimes things happen, but we have to fix it. But in Reg 170 tells you what you have to do if something does go wrong. So for instance, we do have a low chlorine residual in our distribution system. It tells us we have to flush. It tells we have to restore disinfection. There's all of these rules, and the health unit will also tell us that we have to do some things. Typically the health unit says, what are you going to do? Because they're not necessarily the experts, the people that are operating it does. And then chemical, we talked about that already. Really hard to see this slide, but just so you know, there's a regulation for training and certification of drinking water operators, Reg 128. You will be interested, I think, to know this. When the pandemic happened, they created a new regulation, well, under the Emergency Act thing, a regulation 7520 that was for emergency operations. So we could hire people that had been out of the business for up to 5 years at the beginning of that, because nobody knew really what was going to happen to our staff. We could lose our staff for weeks and months. So we had some ability to hire people back and use people that actually weren't certified at the time. In Reg 128, as of a year ago now, they put in these rules in Reg 128. So if these emergency situations happen now, they will be able to get these kind of operators again, that we can have people that have been out of the business for up to 5 years. The other thing that's in there that it's not really, the unions don't really like, is that you can use the same kind of people for strikes and lockouts. That's now in Reg 128. So just for your information, but it does talk about how much training also that the staff need. You guys have a class 2 treatment and a class 2 distribution. So if you look at the numbers, and I can't even read them. I think it says 105 total hours, something like that. Boy, I went to the eye doctor once and they said, you have surprisingly good eyesight for someone your age. And now I'm like, pretty much need to go get those glasses now. 105 hours over 3 years. That's how much training your staff needs. If you ask them, they probably have way more than that training, because to make sure they meet the requirements, but there's lots of things that are happening in the water world. So keeping up on those requirements. So every 3 years, it is a requirement that all of the staff that are working are certified, that have a valid operating certificate. If their certificate is overdue, past due, they don't have enough training hours, then they should not be operating in the system. There has been people fined for operating a system without a certificate. That should never happen, because we know it's kind of like your driver's license. You know that it has to renew, just make sure it gets renewed. So that's those requirements. And this one is really hard to see, but it does give you a little bit of your org chart. What it is on here. What I want to point out is this mayor and council at the top, and then the CAO and the Director of Operations. Those are those two roles, the CAO and Director of Operations, are considered to be top management in the drinking water quality management standard. So those are the ones that you are going to give the authority to make the decisions for your water system on your behalf. You're giving that authority. And when you see the operational plan and the commitment and endorsement that's going to happen from that, you'll get to see that you're giving them the authority to make decisions. And that's where your protection is coming, because you're giving that authority to the good people. So hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, so that's Jessica and Rob. Is Rob here? Okay, and Rob's not here.
No, he
so-
is.
I'm telling he's getting all the jobs now because he's not here. So the next section talks about what their jobs are in this DWQMS. So the CAO is reporting on what's going on. So he is going to bring you information, what's going on in the drinking water system. He's going to endorse and implement and help improve that QMS, the quality management system as well. Participate in management review. That's one of the elements, is that there's a whole list of A to P elements they have to review annually. You should get a report from that meeting so that you know what happened, what decisions were made, and that kind of thing. Make recommendations. So he's going to be the one that's bringing you recommendations for what things need to be, maybe a new chlorinator, that kind of thing. Then we have, oh, sorry. Skipped one, the Director of Operations. So Jessica, we won't give her as many jobs. She came to, so we don't have to tell her that much. No, I'm just kidding. She's got lots of responsibilities that are she's making sure that operations are being performed to ensure the water is safe. So she has a pretty big role to make sure that that's getting done. She's part of management review as well, and she's making sure that staff are in place. And it's important. She's helping you to make sure we have qualified staff meeting those requirements from that regulation. So she's a key role to making sure that the water and the people that are running your system are safe and making that water safe. So I'm hoping that you might have seen this document before. If you haven't, then find it. It should be posted somewhere. Is it posted here in this building? No. It's in the admin building. Okay. So this document is your quality policy. What does it say? Is that you're going to provide safe and consistent drinking water supply. You're going to maintain and improve the quality management system, and you're going to comply with all applicable legislation and regulations. And it says something else at the bottom that I can't read. So sometime you should read that. This is the quality policy for the municipality of Meaford. Where those things came from, right from the drinking water quality standard. Those requirements are in the standard. So that's what we're going to comply to. You can do more than that. You can put other things in here, but really we're trying to provide safe drinking water and making sure we're following all the regulations. This Ontario's drinking water protection framework. So now with all the things that have happening, there's a lot of people that need to be involved to make sure we have safe drinking water. So this this kind of gives you a visual of all the groups that are involved in it. So it's a source to tap focus. So if we protect our source, we protect the water that's coming in to our system. If it's safe, then we're probably going to be able to get this water safe through to the customer. So source to tap. We have these health-based standards. We talked about those. That's Reg 169. We have regular testing. That's that regulation 170. Strong, the staff that's good, strong legislation. There is regulation for the inspectors now that says that they must come here and do an inspection every year. One of which every 3 years, it has to be unannounced. Emily was busy yesterday, and Jessica, they had an inspection. Ministry inspection was here yesterday, so it went well, so that's good news. But all of these things working together to provide us with this safe drinking water. Then there's this thing called this multi-barrier approach. So there's 5 layers to the multi-barrier approach. Here's what went wrong when we talk about Walkerton. A whole bunch of these layers broke down. So the first layer, the outer layer, source water protection. I already talked about it, protecting the source. If you have a good source, if the water's safe coming in, then you don't have to do as much to make it safe going out. You guys have a pretty good source of water. Georgian Bay is a pretty good source of water, right? Georgian Bay is where you get your.
And pardon me for interrupting, but
No
this
problem.
might be the exact point to ask you. It's probably 12 years into the future, but the quality of Georgian Bay water could potentially change with the commencement of Ontario Pump Storage, where the water is drawn into a reservoir and released every 24 hours. So what do you think about that?
Sorry, it was called what?
This is the pumped storage. It is like trying to use water to be a battery to. So yeah, you obviously don't know about this, but
No.
anyway, this is something that concerns us greatly around this table, and that is that we have given it a conditional support. But at the end of the day, Mike, I'm just curious whether I believe it is. Who can help me? 20 million cubic meters. 20 million cubic meters being, brought up into the reservoir and released through the turbines. And this is, I want to say, 2 miles from our water treatment plant.
And that's not for your treatment, it's for somebody else to do or for you to use? I'm just kind of confused.
This will be a Trans-Canada Energy project. Yes, the reservoir, just to give you an idea, is.
Oh, so they're just using it to create power.
Yes, and I'm just talking about our source water quality. So just to help you, the reservoir is 375 acres.
Holy smoking. That's a lot. You know what? I don't see that it's going to be such a big deal for the quality of the water, because the water going in and the water going out, there's nothing getting added. So as long as that reservoir is not getting contaminated by something, then it shouldn't be a problem. But it's, I'm not going to say, don't quote me on that, because you would have to have something in that reservoir to make sure it stays clean and that kind of thing. Because there's definitely going to be things that get in there, and that they'd have to have some kind of program to clean it or do some kind of disinfection, I would think, because eventually things build up. If you look at our water mains, you look at our reservoirs we have, even with clean drinking water, stuff gets in there. So, that's interesting.
Does anyone else have a question on that before we let go on? Councillor Bartley.
Just FYI, the water will be up there for 12 hours at the most.
Yeah.
Back down. What arm of the government would oversee this on the clean water drinking side of it?
I would say the Ministry of the Environment.
And they
For
are
sure.
going to be included big time in this.
I would hope so, but
So they are.
it's a federal thing, right? It's federal.
is, but both federal and provincial are going to be involved.
I'm surprised I haven't heard of it before, but now that's kind of cool.
We've been dealing with it for 5 years.
I'm the only one. Well, I'm kind of like, I'm more worried about, I guess I live closer to Lake Ontario. I don't know. Well, it's interesting, but I don't think, I think that making sure that we have source water protection included with that is a good conversation. So what are we doing to protect that source? We could add chlorine to that water there, but that's going to do a whole bunch of other effects. So I don't think it's a problem. It's more maintaining that big tank or whatever it is. That's a lot of water. Anyways, so I don't know if that helps or answers or.
No, I appreciate you letting us digress for a minute because it's of a lot of interest to us. Thank you.
It is definitely interesting.
I
So,
think Harley has a question too.
okay, perfect.
Thanks again, and it has nothing to do with a pumped
Okay.
storage project. The source water protection. For a number of years, our municipality has had a plan. We have a marina at the harbor that provides gasoline and fuel refueling. And our plan is to eventually move the location of the tanks. Now, this has been on the Source Water Protection Authority's list for maybe a decade.
Mhm.
When the day comes that we do move and relocate, is it just simply a matter of saying to Source Water Protection, hey, look, we're going from this side of the harbor to that side? Or do we have to start all over again with our, like, I'm just wondering how many
How many
actual
years?
paperwork is going to be involved?
I think that it's going to be some time paperwork involved with that, only because they'll want to make sure that the tanks are the proper kind of tanks and that there's the right protection. So even though it's just moving from one side to the other, it's because it's probably going to be a new tank. They've approved, it's going to be better technology, but they'll still want to review all of the details to make sure that it meets the requirements for that source water protection. So I'm going to guess that it's not going to be just today I'm going to tell you I'm moving it and tomorrow I can move it. It's going to be months of discussion because that's what happens with government. I don't know. Sorry about the answer, but that's what I believe. Back to, okay, source water. Okay, wait till I hear how many questions I'm gonna get about treatment. Just kidding. Okay, so source water protection, then the next layer is effective treatment. I'm gonna have a couple slides on each one of these, so we'll go through them a little bit more in depth. Secure distribution, effective monitoring, and effective management. Effective management does not mean that we have good bosses, because we do, but that's not what this means. That just means the overall running of our drinking water system. But we have a little bit of slides. Sorry about the map. This is the best map I could find about your source water protection. So you are part of the Northern Bruce, or these different source protection areas, the Northern Bruce Peninsula. I think that's what I wrote here, is your source protection area. But you can see you're part of, there's 3 different source protection areas that make up the source protection planning committee that make up your source protection plan. It identifies vulnerable areas, and it's not based on municipal boundaries, it's based on the watershed. So there is the watershed. It might be something, it might include Owen Sound and might include somewhere east of here as well. What it talks about there is that it's going to identify the threats. It's going to talk about intake protection zones, IPZs. It's going to say within this certain area around your intake, your intake, you have to be very careful. You make sure nothing is happening there. You wouldn't want to put your gas tank in that close, the intake protection zone, the IPZ1. Hopefully it's not.
We have 3 at water plant.
Oh, 3 intake protection zones?
No, well, we have
3.
protection zone, but we have 3 tanks.
Oh, 3 tanks. So there's a lot of rules about the tanks. If you have tanks, there's a lot of rules. You have to inspect it. You have to inspect it weekly. You have to have somebody come in from, say, TSSA, technical standards. Technical Safety and Standards Association, TSSA, has to come in. So any of those tanks have to be really inspected. That's part of source protection. That's the requirements. There's quality and quantity. There's 22 threats that we have to consider. 2 are quantity and 20 are quality. And if you want to see them all, we could. You probably identified the threats, like Emily said. You have tanks at your water plant that are threats to the source. So they are, you have to have procedures for that. If you have a tank train line that goes close, that's probably another threat because they have chemicals on those. So you probably have some kind of communication with the railways if you have a railway running through your municipality, something like that. So that's what it talks about, establishing how much risk is there. So that fuel tank in the water by the marina is probably high risk. It's probably going to have some kind of procedures that have to be followed, high risk. But somebody's fuel tank out by their house that's not near the intake, maybe a little bit lower risk. One of the wells in, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the little town called Blackstock. When they did it, it's a little town, like 500, 800 people maybe. And one of the wells is in the middle of a whole bunch of houses. So everybody had septic tanks around that well. One of the threats is septic tanks for wells, especially. They just shut the well down because that was like a backup well, because they would have had to make sure everybody's septic tanks were maintained around that well. So that's just another example of something for source water protection.
Rob, we have a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And I apologize for being late. It's ironic because Tony and I are on the Great Solvent Conservation Authority Committee and he's not here and I was late. And you may have already touched on this. If you do, I apologize. But just wondering the relationship when it comes to source protection planning. It's obviously a big part of the mandate of the conservation area. How much are we relying on them? Because we just had an amazing kind of, the AGM was last week. We just had an amazing kind of overview of everything that's going on, had a lot of processes explained in better detail. How much more reliant are we on them than even ourselves? When you point on this map, the 2 previous slide on that map, 2 of the identifying locations are under GSCA kind of jurisdiction. They do water testing all the time. Obviously, they're looking at the watershed all the time.
Yeah.
Although the D&D land, they don't. So that's a big chunk there that's there. So who's responsible for that? And how much are we relying on GASCA kind of and their expertise in concert with?
I think we are relying on them a lot for the source water information, but we are not relying on them for our raw water testing. So what we're actually putting through our treatment plant, we're not waiting for them to tell us it's okay. We're testing it ourselves. We're doing lots of testing on raw water. We do back teas. We do, maybe sodium's not one of them. Lots of chemical testing as well, just to make sure our raw water source is good before we send it out. So it's kind of a mutual work. If they identify something that gets spilled into the lake, for instance, they will let us know, let you know, I guess, but it's not mutually exclusive. It's a good partnership, but we do things mutually exclusive as well. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, but
it does. Theory is
yes. Yes. We're kind of looking at different parameters, different areas. They're not going to go to the end of the intake and do a specific check there that we're doing, but they're going to do the overall kind of watershed protection. All right. So the second layer is the effective treatment. And like I said, your source is Georgian Bay, which is a pretty good source. And maybe until they add this 385 acre tank, then I still think it'll be okay. What kind of treatment processes do we have? We have coagulation, flocculation, filtration, gas chlorination, and UV disinfection. We were talking about, do we have to do something? Can we do something besides chlorination for our treatment? We do UV disinfection, and you're just getting more. You're getting more UV. You have UVV already, but you're getting upgrades to your UV system coming in 2024. So that's good. That's more protection. So you can use UV as a primary disinfectant to do it at the plant's UV, but you do need that chlorine-based chemical to put that residual into the distribution system, to have a chlorine residual in the distribution system. So that's why we have gas chlorination. We have to monitor and sample. We do lots of that as well. When you see the annual report, I'm going to talk about what's going to be in the annual report, what you're going to expect to see in a couple of slides. And we already talked about the operators and that they're certified and well-trained. One of the new, so when they came out with this training 4 years ago, it said there was 20 questions to ask. As a municipal councillor, there's 20 questions to ask. Now there's 17. One of the new questions they changed is something about, are your treatment plants energy efficient? So we should be considering energy efficiency when we're buying new equipment, when we're replacing things. Consider energy efficiency. I'm hoping that's on the list. It's one of the questions. That's why it's on this slide, is that. So hopefully energy efficiency is coming in when we're planning new equipment. When we're talking about this new UV system that's going in, energy efficiency should have been considered. We already talked a little bit about adverse water quality and who we have to notify: the medical officer of health at MOH, the MECP, the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks as well. Then we talk about our distribution system. There's a few things going on in your distribution system. One of the things that we want to make sure we have firefighting demand. That's one of the most important things, keeping everybody's insurance rates down because they have fire protection. Making sure we have enough water for our residential and for your commercial customers. You don't have a lot of commercial customers, but making sure that they have a good supply of water. And making sure we have redundancy so that if a pump goes down, we're not out of service. We're not where our plant's not down. We want to make sure we have a backup pump. So you might get requests for that kind of thing. You know, I need this spare part to make sure we have redundant equipment so that if one thing breaks, the chances of 3 pumps going down at the same time are slim, but the chance of one going down might. So let's have backup just in case. Making sure we have proper pressure, making sure we keep that residual in our distribution system, that we have enough water for flushing and cleaning. That's another key thing. That's what we use our fire hydrants for. Replacement of these 4-inch mains. So right now, I guess there's a big project going on to replace the 4-inch mains, changing them out to make them to 8 if possible, 6 if not. And changing the cast iron pipes to PVC. Apparently there's a main break, and that's why I said we should go on a road trip. They're working on a main break right now. We should go see it because that's kind of cool. And unfortunately, it's one of the pipes that's going to be replaced this year that they're fixing. So this is why we want to get these things fixed before they break. It costs a lot more to repair things than it does to replace them and plan for it. So if you can plan to replace them before they break, that's better. And that's part of it. So pushing that project through is definitely a good goal. Infrastructure planning is another part of this whole distribution, and making sure that we have, I think we talked at the beginning about this plant was built in 1960s and it's starting to break down. So, but we need to plan for that. We need to know that what equipment we're putting in today is going to break down sometime in the future. What is its life? Plan for that so that we're not in 20 years going, oh my God, now I have to replace my UV system again. But I don't have any funds for it. We have to plan for that. And that's this asset management program that's happening. There's a whole regulation on asset management, making sure that we're sustainable for the future. It's part of this infrastructure planning as well. And I guess that failure history, that one example is why we're replacing these 4-inch mains as part of it, because we're starting to see breakdowns and that kind of thing. It's part of the annual budget. I guess you're going to have some excitement after I leave. And I thought my presentation was going to be the most exciting thing of your day. I hear you're going to work on budgets after, and I know that that's way more exciting. So part of the annual budget. So, you know, if they're asking for and planning for future capital budget in the future, that kind of thing, it's important to plan for that and make sure you're sustaining what you need for the future. Not any customer is going to want to hear that their water bill is going up. But part of the problem with water is that we let it go so long without paying full cost. So many years ago, we're not going to raise our rates. We're not going to raise our rates. but we should have been raising our rates a long time ago because now it's harder on us when we have to do it. So anyways, that's just another. The next layer is the effective monitoring. So this is the fourth layer, making sure we're doing sampling. We do lots of sampling. You're going to see that in the annual report. We're monitoring these things called critical control limits. So in our systems, as long as our systems are working properly, we're not going above or below these limits, then we're pretty sure we're going to have safe drinking water. It's when our systems go below or above a critical control limit, then we have to do action. So some of the things you guys have critical control limits for: pressure, making sure we have enough pressure. We don't want to have negative pressure in our systems, that we have good chlorine, and that we have good turbidity. This thing called turbidity. Turbidity is a measure of particles in the water, things in the water. If we have too much turbidity coming through, we could get microorganisms. There's some microorganisms that have to be filtered out. Cryptosporidium. I don't know if you've ever heard of cryptosporidium. There's a big outbreak in Battleford, Saskatchewan, sorry, Battle Creek, Michigan. I've been there before, and that's a whole other story. But Battleford had a big crypto outbreak. So that's why there's turbidity limits on our filters and that kind of thing. But we have these limits set up. We have procedures, we have alarms, automatic shutdowns, so that we don't get to a point where there's going to be bad water going to our customers. But again, here's the other thing. We talked about that adverse already. I did mention, did I skip one? Yeah. So the MECP, they do have a requirement to inspect our systems once a year, once every 3 years, has to be unannounced. That's just for drinking water. What I say though, makes me, I shake my head and think, why? Because they don't have the same requirement to do wastewater. I don't even know. Can you tell me when the last time you had a wastewater inspection? 2018. That's like almost 5 years ago since wastewater inspection. So I think there's a problem. Something's going to blow up. Something's going to go bad in wastewater. And we're going to have this whole kind of standard of care for wastewater coming up after that. So I think they need to change their focus a little bit. Anyways, that's I'm on my soapbox, and that's a problem. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to
Oh,
ask you a question.
right ahead, yeah.
So I'm going to harken back again. When you bring up the ministry, it's a good point, because what I asked earlier, so Meaford, we do our own testing on our water in and out. Great. Where Sobel does their testing throughout. Great. Who actually, because when you had that earlier map, the actual D&D area, we're not monitoring. Grace Sobel's not monitoring. Who's monitoring them to make sure that they're not doing anything untoward with the water? Is it the ministry, federal oversight? Who actually watches them to make sure they're not putting anything other than shells into the water that they shouldn't be?
Well, that's a good question. They are not under the Ontario regulations, obviously. There is some regulations under Environment Canada. So there's the Fisheries Act and things like that. So I'm guessing Environment Canada, I don't actually know the answer to who's monitoring them. It's same with First Nations. They are not monitored. They are not regulated by any regulations either. So they could be doing things the same. Anybody in Ontario, I think, should be following the Ontario rules, but that's not the case. A lot of First Nations do follow the Ontario rules. I've worked with a few First Nations already, and they're trying, but the problem is they don't have to. So if something goes wrong, then, oh, well, I didn't have to follow that rule anyways. So it might be the same. You know what? I'm really sorry. I'll try and get the answer who monitors them, because I don't know specifically, but I know Environment Canada has lots of health-based standards and the Fisheries Act and things like that for what you could dispose of into the water. But sorry. Well, I'm kind of hoping that they are. I mean, the good news is your source of water is Georgian Bay, and the solution to pollution is dilution. So it's not a river, so that could be worse, I guess. Look on the bright side, I guess. Always think positive. So like I mentioned, last year at this time, or in January, you had an inspection in Meaford. They came to do their inspection yesterday. So I'm fingers crossed everything they said it went well. So we're going to go with, you're going to get 100% again from Meaford. But last year in Leith, there was a finding, and it was I wrote it down. Oh. There was no. Yeah, it was for low chlorine residual in the distribution system, and that shouldn't have been non-compliance. It was a non-compliance. I would have argued that one. It shouldn't have been a non-compliance, it's AWQI. So really you're 100% because they did action, they did all they were supposed to do. The staff did a good job. I would have argued that one. If it was, I probably wouldn't. I'm not really an argumentative type person, but I'm just gonna say that should have been 100% because what they got written up for was actually just an adverse water quality incident. And they did everything. It says no action required. So, yes, sir.
Thank you again. When the inspections are done, say, okay, you've got a bad sample shows up into adverse water quality for some reason. Or there might be, say on the 10th of August, the recording, a particular number is not recorded. How are they of equal value to MECP, or is there to me a day where something's not recorded could be a simple answer. On the other hand, if it's something important that's not recording it, so is there, are they all the boxes on a level playing field?
They are not. So you can see that fine, it says 94.03%. When the ministry comes and does an inspection, there's a whole bunch of questions that they ask. If you have, I don't know if you've ever seen an inspection report or not, but and each kind of question has its own kind of weighting. So if you would have had a didn't fill out the form properly, then you might get 96%. So they're not all based equally, but the fines could be the same. So failing to report an adverse and not filling out records, you could get the same non-compliance finding, but the rating would maybe be, it's not weighted the same. I don't know if that even makes any sense, but they're still going to follow up the same with the same kind of response. You're going to still need to do all these corrective actions to fix it. Your rating score might be a little different based on which one it was. That makes sense a little bit? Maybe not. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Our least water comes from the Owen Sound treatment plant. So do we do any treatment of that water, or is it just strictly the plant on Bayshore Road from Owen Sound treats it? And would we be held liable here in Meaford because it comes from Owen Sound treatment plant?
Or further down the line from one time, we do act to have a residual on the end. So we're held liable for once it passes the board.
Yes, she's going to come up here and tell you that answer because they can't hear her online.
Sorry, we would be held liable. We currently rechlor probably about 2 kilometers past the border of the Owen Sound and Leith, where we have to ensure residual at the end of our distribution system.
So we wouldn't just count on, they're sending the reports for all the testing that they do on the water. They have to give us a copy of the annual report and all that kind of thing. Anytime that they would have an adverse water quality, they would have to let you know that there's an adverse water quality as well and do whatever corrective actions. And maybe it would include something that you would have to do in your distribution system there, like flushing or something like that. But you're not just counting on them, you're doing testing in that distribution system as well. You're taking back teas, taking chlorine residuals, doing other testing to make sure the water is still safe. Adding more chlorine. Yeah.
That's a little building by.
Okay, skip the slide. All right, so I mentioned already this thing called the municipal drinking water license. This is the authority to run the system. It's five parts to it. Yours was issued in June of 2020. It was probably issue 3 or 4. We've been through a few rounds of these. They're good for 5 years. So every 5 years we have to renew it. They ask us a few new questions. They update them. The 5 parts, the first one is the drinking water works permit, which I already mentioned. It's that list of all of the equipment. It gives us authority to make changes also to our system without getting full approval. So we can add some pumps, we can do some things without sending a full application to the ministry. Speeds up things. Ministry is not always the fastest. We can add water mains, we can add diesels, all these things we can do without getting full authority. They're giving us the authority to do the work because of our skill and knowledge, basically. Permit to take water is the next one, and that is the amount of water we can bring out of the lake. Georgian Bay. I don't know. Guess you don't call it a lake. How much water you can take out per day. It gives you limits. So anybody that's pulling water from Georgian Bay would have a permit to take water, and you have to report on it. It gives you a limit. Luckily, with a good source, you aren't limited as much as some other places that is on, say, a well or a river, something like that. I've worked with some places that have that on river sources that sometimes their water is below their intake. They have too low the waters. They don't have enough water. So I'm like, oh, we are lucky when we have this good source of water. The third thing is the operational plan. I already mentioned it. It's reviewed annually. We update it as required. It will be endorsed by council soon. It's coming up in the next month or so where Emily's going to come and say, hey, here's our operational plan. You're going to show you what it is, give you some details, and you're going to say, yes, I think you're doing a good job. And say, I endorse this plan. And these are the policies and procedures that we're going to follow to make sure we have safe drinking water. The fourth one is that you have to have an accredited operating authority. So we have to have somebody external come in and do a third-party audit of the drinking water quality management standard. DWQMS 2.0, that's what we call it. There's been one revision since it started. So we've had an audit in 2022, and I have the date somewhere. I think it's on another slide. We'll talk about what had happened. Yep, that's on the next slide. And then the financial plan is the last one, and the financial plan has to be approved by the owner. We have to submit it to some strange ministry. I think it's the Ministry of Housing and something. It's a very strange, bizarre municipal affairs, or MMAH. Yeah, that's who we have to submit the financial plan. It doesn't make any sense, but that's who we send it to. It has to be good for 6 years, but you have to do it every 5 years. There's a whole bunch of baffling things that I just shake my head. But anyways, so that will be coming up again before you have to do the renewal in 2025. So that will have to be done. I already mentioned, I pressed the button and then I think some of the things. So we did talk about that external audit. So that accredited operating authority, that meant you were audited, and that was in April of last year. So it'll be coming up again. It's once a year. They had 8 OFIs and 2 nonconformances, and nonconformance means there's something in the standard you're just not quite meeting. It's not uncommon to get a minor nonconformance. So they've already been fixed. If you want to see the report, then Emily would be happy to send it to you so you can see, but they've already corrected all the problems. When the auditor comes again in April, I'm assuming, and they'll check to make sure that everything was done. They also do an internal audit. So we have somebody internally checking the system. This should be a more thorough process, making sure that things are good. And that last one, there were some OFIs that they found no nonconformances, and that was in November. And annually, there's a requirement to do emergency response testing. We're going to talk a little bit about emergencies in a few slides. The one that they did was about a low pressure because the pump failed. So they test it. It's a desktop. We're hoping that we never have an emergency major that we have to actually use our emergency plan for, but it is possible. So that's why we test it. It is a requirement. I think it's also a municipal requirement that there's an annual kind of municipal drill to test your emergency plans for your municipality. I know it's going to skip 3 slides. Okay, the next one is these annual reports, and I've alluded to it a whole bunch of times, and I know you're getting excited because it's coming up soon. You get to see it. It's the annual and summary report. So in section 11 of Reg 170, section 11 says you have to do an annual report. It has to be posted if you have a municipality over 10,000 people, has to be posted on your website by February 28th. So somebody should look up meaford.ca and see if that annual report's posted, because it's yesterday it had to be posted. So whoever's there, do a check and make sure it's they told me it was, so I believe them. The summary report is the second one. It's in schedule 22 of regulation 170. Says you have to have presented to council by the 31st of March every year. So considering it's March 1st, they have 30 days more to get it to you. So I think it's the 14th or something. Yeah. So it's coming. What is it going to say? I'm going to talk to you about that in a couple more slides, what you're going to expect to see. The other thing I did mention already was about management review. So there's A to P things that your top management and your QMS rep are going to talk about. Things like what changes need to be done, what infrastructure. They produce a report that will give you, you'll get to see a kind of a summary from that meeting. It happened in December. What happens with audits, some deficiencies. It also talks about the MEC inspections. That's the other kind of reporting that we get. So here's what happens in the annual report. So I already said it was in section 11 of Reg 170. I don't know why they have it, and one's in section 11 and one's in schedule 22, why they just didn't make it all one. Yeah, again, yeah, it's the ministry. So you can only go with what you can go. It's going to tell you what you're just doing, a description of your drinking water system. It's going to tell you what chemicals were used. It's going to give you a summary of all of the drinking water tests that were done in the last year. You're going to see hundreds and hundreds of samples were done on your drinking water systems. It's going to talk about if there was any adverses and if there's any other issues that needed corrective actions. You're going to see that list. It's also going to talk about all the major expenses that were incurred over the last year for installing or repairing equipment. This one makes me laugh out loud every time I read it. A location where this report is available. So in the report, you have to tell them where they can find it. And I laugh because I'm like, well, I have the report, so I must have found it. But anyways, again, just shake your head. That's the annual report. Then the summary report is a little bit different. Do you guys combine them? I didn't look. Two reports, but you combine the second one.
Yeah.
You'll see, yeah. You can combine it to make one report, or you can have two separate reports, but all the information has to be there. This report doesn't have to be done till the end of March. Lists the requirements anytime a requirement wasn't met. So if you had a non-compliance, that has to be listed. It has to talk about the flows in and out of your treatment. So the raw water flow, the treated water flow. It's a little different when you're getting water from Owen Sound. So you don't have to tell how much water came into the treatment because you're not doing the treatment, but you will have to get a copy of the annual report from Owen Sound, and they did submit it. So I did ask that question. So you will see the annual report from them. You can see what kind of testing that they did on their water. Talk about rated capacity and flow rates. So are you close to the rated capacity? Is your plant running at 90% capacity? Then you might have to consider opening. No, it's not close. If it was, though, maybe consider making a new plant, or if it's way below capacity, maybe like letting more people come in or trying to find more industry. Maybe you're trying to do that already, but you have more capacity than is available. So there's lots of things that you can do. So those are the two reports that are coming that you get to look at. So then we have some risks to our system. We talked a little bit about some of these already, these primary and secondary disinfection. So if we don't have the UVs not working properly, or our pump at the Leith system, that rechlorination pump doesn't work, then maybe our secondary disinfection is starting to not be adequate. I put in here about those cast iron pipes and the 4-inch mains. That is a risk. You are aware of that risk to the system. We were talked already today that they're fixing one. So we want to make sure that we can get those fixed in before more start to break. And then backflow prevention. We want to make sure we don't have that that problem. So in the plans to address it, we talked about some of these already, pipe replacement program. Something to consider that we don't have in place yet is this backflow prevention program. So making sure that that's something that's on your list of, things to consider is to get some kind of backflow prevention program to make sure we don't have it. There was an example in Stratford where there was a car wash that somebody turned on their tap, they lived beside the car wash and they get pink water out of their tap. That's a problem. That you shouldn't be getting pink water out of your tap. The car wash was backflowing into the system. So anytime you have that kind of something, especially a place that's using chemicals, that kind of thing, we shouldn't be making sure that they have proper backflow prevention, that it's not getting back into our distribution system. So put that list on your list of things that still is required to do. Emergency management. So again, this is a little bit hard to read on these little screens, but this is pretty high level description of how most emergency management works in most municipalities in Ontario. So we have at the bottom, we have just a minor incident. We maybe have you don't have any winter storms here, I don't think. I'm just kidding. But maybe some severe weather, ice storm or something like that. So maybe the staff at the plants are getting prepared. They know, make sure our diesel fuel is filled up so our generators can run. Kind of a low level emergency. But maybe it's like that storm that happened through, I don't even know if you guys were affected when that windstorm went through on the long weekend in May. Did you guys get affected by that here? Where everybody's power was knocked out? Anyways, in May of last year. Oh, so all of Southern Ontario, power from Windsor all the way to the Quebec border was knocked out because of a major windstorm that went through. Dress show, something. Anyways, but it wasn't like we could borrow from someone else because all along Southern Ontario, I was going to PEI the next day and I'm like, I'm really sorry, I'm leaving you all with all this problem. But our power was out for almost a week at my house. So, but that's kind of a higher level. So we might have something, if it's in a water emergency, maybe there's a huge main break that's cut off. Maybe it's let's touch wood, that doesn't happen. The pipe that's coming from Owen Sound to Leith, there's a major break on that we can't get any water in. So this is now going to be a bit more. We're going to activate the municipal emergency operations team to talk about that. So it's just a little bit, anytime there's a bigger problem, we have more people involved and maybe it's a whole municipal, and that's what this is just kind of describing. The last layer is the effective management. I kind of skipped a couple things, added a few slides in there, but now the last layer of that multi-barrier approach is effective management. So making sure our systems are working properly. Our staff work from 7 to 3:30, and then after hours, somebody's available by phone. If there's problems, customers can call. We have, I looked at the sign when I was driving in here. I think it's at 11,000 population, not sure, but we have, if that's the case, we have 11,000 people that are monitoring our drinking water system for us. So they're going to call and tell us if we have a leak. Somebody's going to say there's something wrong, you're going to hear from them. So we also have all of these other customers or residents, they're helping. I'm sure they never call and say anything's wrong. They always just call and say, oh, they did such a good job. But it's nice when people do call and say you did a good job. That I'm hoping that happens once in a while. So if somebody does call, though, typically same day, we'll go fix it. Lots of times we can just fix it on the phone. Somebody says, hey, my water's dirty. Just flush your tap because they did water main. They were working on the water main out front of your house, that kind of thing. But most of the time when they do call, it's something that happened. There's something wrong with their hot water tank or something like that. But we do have people that look after that for us. So we're almost to the end. So what are some of our key challenges? I guess source water protection. I just heard about this whole new big tank that's going in. So that's a bit of a key challenge to make sure we have enough quality and quantity. Inflation, costs have doubled in some cases, maybe even more than doubled for some of our chemicals, things, and even getting the equipment, getting the chemicals, getting the parts. I was just like listening to people say, we ordered this part, it's going to come in 50 weeks. Before we could order our reagents for our chlorine test kits, we could order and get it like the next day kind of thing. And now it's months of lead time in some of these things. So a lot more planning involved when you're trying to do repairs and trying to provide the chemicals, that kind of thing. Making sure we have good chlorine residuals. That's one of our challenges. The backflow events I mentioned already, we are vulnerable if we're not testing. If we don't ensure that there is backflow prevention devices on some of these places that have chemicals, we are vulnerable to those events. Financial sustainability, I already mentioned a little bit about that, making sure we have enough money for the future. So planning for that. Who could have planned in 2020 that costs were going to double? We couldn't have. That nobody could see. Well, maybe Kreskin. Anybody remember Kreskin? Some of you young people wouldn't have any idea, but that was always, he might have been able to figure it out, but probably nobody else. Infrastructure and asset management. We do have regulations about asset management and making sure that we are prepared for the future. Our customers' expectations, they never change. Nobody ever is more concerned about things. And I'm sure nothing like that happens here. I'm being very facetious when I say that, because we have a whole new world of kind of people that are moving into the younger generations have a little attitude than our older generations kind of thing. So our expectations are a little different. And there's always regulations that change. Things happen and regulations change, and then we have to react to what those regulations are. I skipped a slide. So here, your oversight, these policy directions, you're going to make sure we have the financial plan. You're going to make sure your resources are good, that you have the right staffing in place, you have budget for that, that you have this plan for the future, that's infrastructure plan. You're have the stuff that you need to do emergency planning and emergency management. If something happens, do you have the tools and resources necessary to mitigate those responses? And that you have good customer service, that you have people available, that you have staff that's good with dealing with customers as well. So here, this came from Justice O'Connor's report. I actually had the privilege to meet the Justice O'Connor last year. We had a meeting at Walkerton. He came to do a little bit of a presentation to us that are trainers with Walkerton Clean Water Center. And I got to meet him. He had no knowledge of water treatment before he started this inquiry. I thought that was kind of interesting, considering the report that he wrote. So he said the purpose of quality management approach in the context of drinking water is to protect public health by achieving consistent good practice in managing and operating a water system. So key there is protecting public health. We don't want anyone to die in our drinking water systems because of having drinking water issues. And we have a good system. You have good staff that are doing a really good job. So you can be confident in that. So the $4 million fine that I was talking about, I don't think you have to worry about it. You have good staff in place. It's when somebody wins the lottery, maybe Jessica wins the lottery and she's not here anymore. And then you hire, somebody that's walking down the street that, yeah, you look good, but it's never seen a water plant before, doesn't have any training, is 12 years old, that kind of thing. So as long as you're having the right people in place, then you should feel confident that you're not going to worry about that $4 million fine, and you can sleep well tonight. But if you want more information, there is a link to, there's a guide, and typically we used to print it out and hand it out, but they don't make it pretty anymore. So if I printed it out, it would be print out of a website, and it's not. I'm like, can you give me a pretty copy so I can print it, I can send it out, but it's not. So the link is there if you want it for that. There is also the 17 questions that you should ask. I gave a copy of that. I don't know if you've got that already, but they will send it out if you don't. That links to which slide. You'll notice, I didn't even tell you, on some of the slides it had a question number. So question number 2 or question number 3, that references these 17 questions you should ask. So in case you want it. And if you have more information, you can contact Emily, who'd be more than happy to answer your questions. And that's all that I have. But if you have more questions, you can let me know now.
Yes, thank you, Janine. More questions, Councillor Bartley?
No, I just need to correct you. That was a great presentation, but you kept on alluding to good staff. We do not have good
You
staff.
have great staff.
We have the best staff.
There you go. Perfect. And I hope you tell them that on a regular basis. Yes. And not just at this time, just every time you see them, you're doing a good job or you're doing a great job. I try to do that with everybody that I would talk to. I'm like, you're doing a good job just because it makes you feel good. Anyways.
Any other questions of this, Councillor
No,
Greenfield?
not a question. I just want to thank you. That was a great educational experience. It's unfortunately that Councillor Urick was busy calling his plumber this morning. But no, so it's a huge responsibility. And just to add on to what Councillor Bartley mentioned, I just very recently, I emailed a couple of questions to Ms. Howard, and there was a reply, let's say momentarily, from her, and very helpful, eased my mind, and yeah, we've got some great, they're all great people, and we're fortunate to have them, and I hope not only council members, but our residents realize how much responsibility these folks have every day. And I don't know, maybe that's a message we could try to get out there more to our public. Thank you.
I would agree with you there. And I didn't really talk too much about staffing, and I might want to talk about that a little bit, just because it's a hard job to fill some of these positions, especially when you're in an area with other municipalities. I'm taken from you and you're taken from me. So it is key if you can get good people to keep them. So that's one thing that you should, I don't know, you probably consider it. I don't really know. I'm just make sure you consider that when you're thinking about promotions, or even just telling them that they're doing a good job. That means a lot to them, because it's easy enough for these staff to go, well, you know what, I'm just going to go to Owen Sound, or I'm just going to go here. So it's like people, when I hear people have been here, like Emily, I think 16 years. So we don't want her going anywhere else because she's got a lot of knowledge. So just things like that. So because it is a problem, like finding staff is a major issue for every municipality. Like my job, I left Durham April of last year. They haven't even posted my job yet. There's lots of staffing issues. There was 150 positions open in our works department. Durham is a little bigger than Meaford, but 150 open positions that they're trying to fill. So just imagine, it's the same on a smaller scale here, I'm sure too. Durham region, not Durham. Oh, yes, Durham region. It's a little bit bigger, obviously, but say it's still the same. Everybody, we still have the same issues with staffing everywhere. I've talked to lots of different people that, keeping people is key. Especially when you get good ones. Those bad ones, we want to get rid of them. Kick them out.
I think if I may sum up, I think the challenge for us is that a whole generation has passed since Walkerton, and keeping that story alive and front and center, I think, is important. How we get the public to focus on that, because, as I say, it's a generation behind us now. But I really think none of us are going to forget it, and I think we have to keep holding that up because, well, for all the good reasons. If I may, Emily, I actually have a budget question for you. If I could just in case you get away before here, just hang loose for just a little bit, if you don't mind. And I did omit one thing this morning in the introduction. I should have acknowledged that we had quorum, but that we were missing two people. And I'm glad Rob, you joined us, and Tony expects to be here. He had an emergency, not a water emergency, but an emergency that took him to Owen Sound, and he will be here, I think, shortly after 11. And Matt, I just wondered what do you want us to recess for a bit at this point, or do you want to?
Yes, I think if we're expecting Councillor Bell around 11, we might want to recess till then, if that works for council, or we can do 15 minutes and get started, and then he'll join us when we join, whatever your preference is, really.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I just wanted to, excuse me, Janine, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to also mention that there's obviously a lot of people in this community that do not use municipal water. Excuse me. So I just want to let everybody know that anybody who uses a private water supply should be taking advantage of the free testing services that are provided through the Grey Bruce Health Unit. And all that information is available through the Meaford's website.
Yeah, that's a good point. People should be checking their private wells. That's there's a whole regulation. I didn't bring that up, but there's whole regulation on wells. And you're responsible. You have your own well. You're responsible to make sure it's working properly. Twice a year. Yeah.
I check perfect every time.
Yeah. So yeah, could be more, could be, it's kind of the wells are kind of interesting too, because you drink it all the time, so you get used to it. It's kind of like if you go to Mexico and drink the water, you're going to get sick, but the people in Mexico drink it all the time. You build up an immunity to what's in your water too. Anyways, but yeah, good point. Thanks.
One more.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. You were soliciting advice on when we start the meeting. It's scheduled for 11. I think our constituents are looking for 11. I think we should start at 11, or do you think 1:45 is all right, Matt?
I don't think we put a time on the agenda because we weren't sure exactly how long this would take. So we are able to carry on, but I think that 11 is perfectly reasonable, especially if Councillor Bell is going to be around then.
Yes.
I think probably in the original invitation that we sent to you, we said this was 9 till 11, and then.
Anyway, let's adjourn for 20 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll start at 11 then. Yes. Terrific. Thank you. Okay. We're adjourned. So I'm going to convene us again. We're a little later than we planned to be, but at least we are not dealt anybody out of our proceedings this afternoon. Final day of working on the 2023 budget. And I think we need a motion to move into committee of the whole at this point. Moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney and seconded by Councillor Forder. All in favor? And I'll turn it over to our CAO for his direction here.
Thank you, Worship. I'd first like to start by thanking Matt and the rest of staff for filling in for me last week. I knew you were in good hands, and as I heard, it went very well. So I just want to share my appreciation publicly for that. It actually made me at ease in dealing with what I need to deal with last week. So I wanted to share my appreciation for that. First off, we'll just do a bit of a recap of the decisions that were made on Friday and before Friday. So if we could just go to the next slide there, Derek. So a couple of items that came forward in advance. There was the ITFD budget increase of 11 or decrease of $1,100 based on us knowing what their budget was. The gravel contract tender, $117,000. The event trailer capital project, which was a cut project. I'd like to talk about that one first, and maybe I'll put it over to Matt to speak more to it. But we would like to request that be brought back in and funded from the working capital reserve, mostly based on need, and as we try to deal with all these events coming forward, it makes our job so much easier just to have the event trailer stocked with those things that organizations will need in running events. It will make things so much more efficient to us. I don't know if you want to speak more to that, Matt.
I think that pretty much covers it. We had a pretty good conversation on Friday about this. Obviously, on Friday, council gave indications that you were interested in using reserves for some of these smaller projects. It's our opinion that in terms of the time involved, at least, we'd probably recover this $40,000 within a year or two. and that obviously frees up staff on all sorts of departments to do things, do other things, whether that be transportation or environmental services from a waste point of view, whether it be the parks and facilities team and so on. And so this could be something that's a real benefit to our community groups as they do things in the municipality. And so if we can fund it from the working capital reserve, we think it'd be really beneficial.
Well, I'll go through the rest and then you can have hopefully the discussion on that at the end. I think the rest, the radio boom, derrick truck capital project, it was cut, that's 50,000. The drone was moved from reserves of 25, the landscape trailer, similar from reserves. The downtown I&I remediation capital project, half of the tax levy will be from reserves. And then the one of the facilities assistance position. So we end up at the end of the day cutting $182,000 from the operating budget. So where does that leave us? If we just go to the next slide. If you go down to the second last line, the total tax rate is now 5.38. That factors in the growth. And then if you look at the blended rate, that's after you add the education and the county in, we're at 3.74% as a levy change year over from 2022 to 2023. So that's where we're at. The next slide, a couple of items that were parked on day 2, the playground material replacement capital project, and then the economic development coordinator position. So those were a couple of parked. So I think from here, we're just going to open it up to consider those 3 things and anything else that council would like to review as part of the budget.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, CAO Armstrong, for the recap. I did bring forward the motion to remove the events trailer last Friday. It was a nice tidy one to remove, being fully funded from the tax levy, but understanding now that there is an opportunity to still purchase the trailer and bring the funding forward from reserves, I would be in favor of doing that. Matt, do you wish a motion, Matt, to move that?
We would need a motion, yes.
Yes, and I would be happy to move that.
Seconded by Rob Urich.
I think probably the other bit to say just on the reserves is that Val and Rob and I have had a chat about this, and whilst we are talking about taking things from the working capital reserve for a couple of different projects here, there is an expectation that we could potentially put that money back into it for potentially from, say, a surplus or from investment income and so on. So while we are using reserves here, it kind of can be a bit of an upfront funding thing rather than depleting those reserves unnecessarily.
Any Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I can go with this motion. I too am going to bring up some more stuff for reserve, and just so you know, we have investment income of $184,000 that's not declared anywhere in the budget that can go into reserve. We may have a surplus. We don't know if it's $1,000 or $1 million. We don't know. That can go into reserve. So when we're toying with some of these tax decreases using reserve, in the end of the day, we're not going to really touch reserves at the end of the day when we get done with today. So I have no issues agreeing with this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Mayor Kantner. I think this events trailer, once we have it, will likely be utilized a lot more often than what we might think. So I'm quite pleased with bringing it back into discussion.
And I'd just like to summarize and say that we don't have a lot of community groups, but each one of them is extremely valuable to us. And if this helps them be more successful, we'll be more successful, and I certainly support it. So we're ready for the vote. Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So that's one out of the way. Do we when we talked, oh, sorry.
No.
Well, when we talked about the playground material, we were looking, I think, for more information more than anything else, and perhaps staff has that for us now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll say I don't think it's necessarily more information, but I think perhaps I can put it together slightly more coherently than I did on Friday. There's two principal reasons for this, and you know, the driving factor of why we're doing this now was that we were recommended to through the playground inspections and so on. But there's two reasons why replacing the pea gravel with the engineered wood fibre is a good idea from our point of view. The first is that safety and risk element. Pea gravel is still rocks. It can be used as a projectile. It does freeze potentially in winter or in the fall and so on. So all of those are things that provide us some risk for users, whereas engineered wood fibre being softer and being something that compresses, there is less risk. There is never no risk with playgrounds, but there is less risk. The other is that whilst engineered wood fibre doesn't entirely meet the provisions of the Accessibility of Ontarians with Disabilities Act, it is considered to be more accessible than pea gravel. You can move a wheelchair across it, though not as well as you can if it was, say, the rubber matting, for instance, which is the gold standard for playground surfaces these days, but is unfortunately much more expensive than the $33,000 that we've got in the budget here. But it is definitely more accessible, but again, because it compacts and so is more of an even surface. So those are the reasons to do this, a bit of risk mitigation, a bit of improved accessibility.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thanks for the explanation, Matt. And remind me again, I asked this question last week. It wasn't too many years ago that we were told that the wood fiber is no good. We got to go with pea gravel. Is it the same insurance company that's telling us different, or?
So this one isn't our insurance company telling us this. This is the company that comes in to do our mandated playground inspections. Yes, it is not that many years ago that municipalities were told to move to pea gravel. I think, you know, in lots of places there was a whole variety of services at that stage, and real gravel, I think, was in quite a lot of parks still at that stage. Standards change, risk happens, and you know, since that time, I'm sure there have been insurance claims related to pea gravel, because now we've suddenly realised that just because it's rounded doesn't mean it's completely safe, and doesn't mean it can't be thrown at people or cars or anything like that. So it is somebody from the recreation industry that's making this recommendation for the reasons I've given. I think it is a positive step forward. I think it's better for the users of these facilities. It's not a requirement, as we talked about on Friday. It's not something we must do. We always have to make an assessment about what the risk is, and we make that assessment and propose things, and then you have to make that assessment yourselves as to whether you think it's something that we should do from your point of view.
Deputy Mayor Kivini.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Matt, you've been addressing this, so I'll continue asking you. I know we touched on Friday on the thought of whether or not the wood chips were treated, and Rod suggested that they would be turned over on a regular basis to try to keep them dry, which might address that issue. But I did have two questions, if I may. One, do we have an alternate use for the pea gravel? And two, the treated wood chips that would be put down, I don't know, but are they like mulch where you kind of have to top them up every year, or do they, how long, what's the lifespan of them?
We would likely have to top them up, but we have to top up pea gravel as well, because, you know, any loose surface in any of these environments does spread. I think with them being engineered wood fibers, the fact that they do pack down means that they won't perhaps spread as much. They won't be picked up by the wind particularly, which I know could be a concern if we were using things like sawdust or just sort of light wood chips and so on. As for why, and so any top-ups would be like they are now, just part of the operating budget and just part of the maintenance of those playground facilities. As for whether we can use the pea gravel anywhere else, I'll defer that to my operations colleagues, but I haven't heard of anything that we could potentially use it for.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I think that if this gives us greater accessibility to differently abled individuals, then that of course fits within the pillars of this municipality. And so I think that is a step in the right direction, to echo Mr. Smith's comments. One question though, depending on what the engineered wood fiber is would it be considered a low toxicity? Like, is there a risk with VOCs or anything of that nature?
That's a bit beyond my technical knowledge, but I doubt it. I mean, you know, it is the engineered fiber. It will be treated in such a way to sort of make sure it lasts and that it is safe for use, and kind of the same as we talked about with the ticks last week. I cannot imagine that anybody is recommending that we use this for playgrounds if there's a risk of off-gassing and harmful effects on the kids using it.
Councillor Bartley.
Tori may know some more about that.
Through your worship, I just did a quick search on the engineered wood fibers that are used in playgrounds, and it says that they are non-toxic and do not contain paint chemicals or additives. So it seems that they're using wood that is very specific to be used in these situations, so it is safer for the users.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kantner. To an inquiry, one, I hope when we change them next year or 2 years from now, they say, hey, you can't do that, you got to change back. That would bother me. But this project is still in the budget, right? If we do nothing, if we carry on with it, it doesn't change up or down on the budget.
No, so we didn't take it out. We just left it as it was. There's no motion on the table. So, you know, if somebody wants to take it out, we need a motion. But if not, we just move on. As for the change back, I sincerely hope not as well. I can't imagine that it is. Like, even when we were talking about pea gravel a number of years ago, and that is a little before my involvement, engineered wood fiber was still recognized as being a better surface, but it was sort of, pea gravel was the first step from where we were previously, and this is the next step. And again, the rubber matting is kind of the last step. I can see at some point in the future, if we were doing major renovations of a park and playground area, and particularly if we could find some funding for it, that we may wish to look at some of the rubberized matting for new facilities, but it doesn't make sense financially right now for our existing places.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Matt, can you remind me, was this a tax levy or is there a reserve we can pull this funding from?
This is a tax levy.
And is there a reserve that we could move these
So-
funds from?
There is always a reserve that you could take things from. We don't have money in a specific parks or playgrounds reserve that would be sensible to take this from, because those are all pretty low value right now. And as we talked about a little during the priority sessions, we've got a lot of potential parks work that needs to happen over the next couple of years or could happen. So I would prefer not to on this one. But as with everything, there is reserves out there, and unless they're the statutory ones, then you have the ability to move things around if you'd like to.
You know, I'm in favor of keeping going down until we hit rock bottom. So I don't know if that's helps you at all.
I think the one danger of that, and obviously I've just proposed that we take more money from reserves, so I may be talking out by the sides of my mouth slightly here. The more things that we take out of reserves, the more it sort of becomes a bit of a trend, and then why not the next thing? Why not the next thing? Why not the next thing? I very much appreciate that we want to keep the numbers low, but the more we take out, the less there is for the things that come up next year or in the middle of the year when something weird happens. So, you know, I think it will be very easy to say, oh, well, pretty much everything that's under 100,000 we could take out of reserves and it would only add up to 600,000 altogether and we'd still be okay. But 600,000 is quite a lot of money. So, you know, I think we've made some sensible choices on what we've funded from reserves so far and the values of it, but I will be cautious about going too far on this.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So based on that, and I agree, kind of reparking this. If we are going to obviously still go through the operating here, and if we find anything there, that may negate the needs to do anything with reserve. We could always come back and revisit that possibility if we don't kind of take this down further. I would say it would be a logical course.
And Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I really appreciate your comments, Matt and Councillor Urick, but I go back to Councillor Bartley's points that we do have the income funding and we do have a surplus upcoming, and I think we're talking about $33,000. So I would move that we take this funding from those reserves that probably are a one-time situation that won't really hurt us in the long run.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Forder. Discussion. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and this is my issue. Further down in the deliberations today, I was going to bring up the $124,000 that we left in for I&I to come out of reserves. We were going to take it all out. It was brought forward to take half it out. If we do that, the 124,000 gets me well below where I wanted to be in the budget deliberations. And I can't believe I'm saying this. You can go too low on a budget. With today's inflation of 7%. And right now out there's other municipalities that are coming in at well over double where we are right now, and they've settled at that 7% and 9%. They've already agreed to it. They've already went to their public. Nobody showed up at the public meetings, and they're accepting tax increases that are double what we're at right now. And I fear to go too low. I really do, because that's just hurting you next year. And if, like Councillor Urick said, if we could park this one bit till later on in the budget and see where we're at and bring it back up is where I would prefer. That's just.
You're right, Councillor Bartley. I don't believe you said that.
I don't think any of us can. Just on a sort of a process point of view, because I think again, we're doing this a little bit differently this year, and we've got some new members here. Absolutely, anything we're talking about today can still be dealt with at any point during today, and we don't really have much of a time limit. What the intent would be at the end of today would be that council would pass a motion to basically adopt the draft budget, so that then we could go to the public meeting that's scheduled right now for the 13th, 20th of March. Because if we do that, if we do the public meeting on the 20th of March, we can potentially then pass the budget on the 27th of March. And the reason why we've sort of got that timeline in place is because the meeting after that, because of Easter, isn't till the 24th of April, I think it is, or 17th of April. And obviously we're quite late this year because of the election. So the longer we take for the budget to be approved, the harder it is to get some of these projects going and all that sort of stuff. So at the end of today, our aim would be that we basically have a budget that probably won't be changed again afterwards. So just to sort of put that in your minds as we talk today, that schedule can change. That again is up to you guys, but it very much be our advice that we try and move this through as quickly as we can at this stage.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mayor Kenner. I realize this amount is fairly small in the grand scheme of things. I'm much concerned about the second item that's up on the board, and I'm assuming it's going to be a considerably higher price tag than this. Yeah, on the question of reserves, yes, I've always been, I think, cautious about using reserves, but reserves are in place for a time of need, and yes, our reserves overall are starting to slide downward a bit over the past few years. Our debt is sliding up a little bit, but all in all, I think our finances are in pretty good shape. And so I don't think by going into reserves marginally, which I feel we are this year, this is a tough year. I mean, yes, Councillor Bartley is absolutely correct. We've still got about 7% inflation. When our residents go to the grocery store, we've got about 12% inflation. And so I think if there's any way we can ease the pain, I totally want to come in with a blended budget comfortably under 4. And if indeed it takes reserves to get us there, then I'm willing to at least go on this afternoon with the discussion of utilizing reserves.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Reserves. What we're using reserves for this budget are one-time things. Another municipality south of us reduced their budget by 4% by using reserves. And that 4% was capital spending that they're going to have to put on next year. They've shot themselves in the foot. It's unbelievable, but we're doing one-time things. So it's not the same as doing, you can't use your reserves for something that you're going to have that same expense every year. You just can't do that. It's shooting yourself in the foot, but what we're doing is one-time things. Thank you.
If there isn't a whole lot more to say, I'd just like to add, just because other people are accepting a 7% increase in taxes is no reason for us to accept it. And it is as Councillor Greenfield says, it is a very difficult time for a lot of people. And I think we need to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I said that at County Council, and County Council has really, at the end of the day, saved our bacon. They have made a big difference in getting a blended rate that, in my mind, is still an increase. It's it's the 3 3/4% at this point, and I think we're going to have a hard time getting it much lower. But I certainly am not in favor of anything in the order of inflation, because his point is absolutely right. At the grocery store, it's 12%. And people have to eat. So I've had my say, and I'll call the vote. This is a motion on the floor. Did we get a seconder or not?
We did.
Okay.
So the motion on the floor is to fund the playground surface replacement from reserves instead of from the tax levy.
Okay. All in favor? So I believe it's carried. Okay. Next, oh yes, the Economic Development Coordinator position. So Rob, you explained this to me rather succinctly the other day, so maybe you could just do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. So this position is in the budget. It's a required position to do a lot of the day-to-day activities of economic development. We have a number of programs that are run through economic development, including our community improvement program, our patios that we basically have one resource right now and are on basically my plate to deal with. So in addition to that, the economic development coordinator's position would do a lot of research for us in building community profiles and other elements required. In one of the challenges we've had in our development charges background study is some of that research on growth and things like that. So we need that type of position to assist. So I would say that is required now to assist us in delivering our current programs. I know there has been some discussion about some higher level economic development expertise. I would like to continue and further evaluate that in conjunction with what the county provides and what we need and what other funding may be coming forward from other sources to assist us in that. So we can look at that in the future, but this is a position that is required right now. I think that it might have been parked because there might have been a thought that we need a different position than this one. Not so much we don't need the position. But yeah, this is the position that I would continue to recommend that we need now, at this point in time.
And it is existing money, is money that was already in the 2022 budget, and so isn't new money for this year.
So Councillor Urick first.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. And I'm trying to find it. Can you refresh my memory on what the amount was for it?
The total cost for an economic development coordinator on a 12-month basis is estimated at $81,020, including pension benefits, et cetera, et cetera.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Rob. I think this municipality has all the ingredients in place to go forward, to prosper. And when you look at the overall package and you see that we don't have an economic development officer, isn't there one leg missing here? So I think this is a good move at this time. I think it's necessary. I think it's a long range, long term potential asset, and I think we should go forward with improving this.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Your Worship. CAO Armstrong and I had a chance to talk about this position yesterday, and my thought process is coming forward from Monday and recognizing now that the CAO has a lot more on his plate. Moving forward with community benefit discussions with TC Energy is going to take a lot of Rob's time. And I think, looking after patios and the CIP program, those are all really important things, but I think there's things that a CAO shouldn't necessarily be responsible for. And if we think back to when we had Ms. Sperling with us and how busy Janet was, there was, and I know this is a different position, but there's still some of the same responsibilities. And I fully recall, how much she had on her plate at all times. So I can visualize a job description for this position, and it will be a very busy roles. But in particular, as I say, I'm concerned for the CAO and his workload. And so I have come to the conclusion that I believe this position is necessary, particularly to support Rob with the extra work that he now has on his plate as we move forward from Monday's motion.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. This is one position I can agree with. You went through elections. Many people said you need economic development. I know you don't want to compare other municipalities, but they're all getting economic development officers. My query is, we get a new economic development officer and or a facility supervisor. Does that mean we need more vehicles? Is that going to end up costing us vehicles over and above this cost?
I can speak to the economic development. They will not require a vehicle.
Just before I do vehicles, just want to encourage council to refer to this as an economic development coordinator. The two are different and would have very different pay rates and so on. So we don't want to get confused about that. In terms of the facilities, I think certainly initially we would work within our existing fleet. There are times when that may be a challenge, particularly in the height of summer. But I think we can do that right now, and there's no point adding extra vehicles without having sort of tried it out, and a lot of the work will be done in facilities where we've already got vehicles moving, or the parks team might need less in the winter and so on.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I don't necessarily disagree with this, but I do have a few questions, if you'll indulge me. I have six simple ones, and I'll just try to keep it quick. So how will the coordinator be evaluated, and what performance metrics will be used? Secondly, how will the economic development coordinator work with other departments and stakeholders in the municipality, such as the planning department, local businesses, and community groups? What are the key economic development priorities for the municipality, and how will the coordinator contribute to achieving these goals? What resources and support will be provided to the coordinator to help them succeed in their role, such as training, software, and access to data and research? How will the coordinator engage with the community and promote economic development initiatives to residents and local businesses? And finally, How will the municipality measure the success of the economic development coordinator and the impact of their work on the local economy? Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's excellent. Rob?
Don't know if I'll be able to answer all of those. Obviously, we create a job description, which sets the roles and responsibility, and also through council strategic priorities. And is basically the work plan and developing. I think from a coordinator position, they're going to be more dealing with, I think, delivering existing programs, assisting us in delivering programs under the supervision of myself currently as an overseeing the economic development functions. I think that's pretty much all I can speak to without actually getting into more detail and having those. I could probably describe them in a little more in depth with a little more time, but generally that's how all of our positions work. It's again fulfilling. We have a economic development strategic plan, which sort of guides us on the delivery of economic development. So it will be taking that plan and working through that program and evaluating success in that regard.
I'm sure the deputy mayor has a comment.
You can read my mind. Thank you very much, Your Worship. And the first thought that comes to my mind is that the CAO is our employee. He is the only employee of council, and it is the CAO's role then to hire staff from there and to oversee their work and their evaluations and to prepare their work plans and to undertake with HR their performance reviews. So from my perspective, I'm content recognizing that is our role, is to oversee the work of our CAO and allow him to do his job from there.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Good question, Councillor Forder. Is that a report that could come to council in the future? Because that was a lot to answer on one stroke. I'd like to see a report card on ACDev, job description and whatnot. I don't know if it's any of our business at all, like Deputy Mayor Keeney said, but is a report could come in the future?
I think there's a good opportunity. We intend to provide annual reports on success with regard to economic development. That's very important. So I think through that process, we can provide those updates.
Mr. Voigt.
I'll just add something to that through your worship. The questions that the councillor, actually both councillors followed up on there. That is one of the challenges that municipalities often have, is that the expectations of what an ECDev officer, which this, as Matt said, is not. That's not what we're talking about. But even at that level, the expectations, quite frankly, are well beyond what the capabilities of those positions are. They can't make businesses come here. They can't make people hire more people. They can't do a lot of things that, if you are going to have metrics, the end result will be it's impossible to measure and something they couldn't do. So I think there's a lot to be thought of, knowing that this is this position we're talking about, but given the other days discussions that there might be an officer position as well in the future. I think the framing of those kinds of questions that Councillor Forder had should, I would suggest, be very much included in that. That's my experience from community development planning and economic development experience, that without having that framework, it's impossible to measure. You're not going to get the results you expect, and you're not paying attention to what you need to. I think, what's the adage? If you're not counting it, it's not important, or something like that, right? You need to be able to count the things, whatever they are. Hope that helps.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just to add to that, I see both positions, of course, being very different, but both working with EDAC, with the Economic Development Committee, and through the work plan of that committee. I think then there's a tie-in with, in particular, the metrics, the work plan, and the measurement of successes. I think that's, to me, where that work happens, and then those reports come back to council, so that council has an understanding of what the activities are within economic development. But I think I see those roles working quite closely with the committee.
So this is in the budget now, yes, so I don't think it's a motion on the floor at all, but my thought is that we should keep it in. I think we also should be, not thinking in terms of we'll take a look at this in 5 years or 4 years, because I think we've not acted promptly enough in when we didn't have results in the past. So I would just I'm in favor of this, and are we ready to move on to the next topic, or do you want more discussion? No. So everybody is content? Good. What's the next thing on your agenda then, or do you have anything else?
Yeah, it's over to you if there's anything else the
Okay.
council wants to bring forward.
I
We don't have an
hope there
agenda.
is. I'm gonna start maybe with Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just sort of an observation and a question for the purposes of clarity. My understanding is that from 2010 to 2020, Meaford's budget contained 5-year operating and 10-year capital budget projections. The last 2 budgets have now been single-year budgets only. So I'm curious to know how council can make informed decisions when we're looking at just a 1-year snapshot. And of course, there's no way to know, we can't understand the future ramifications of our decisions if we don't have a long-term budget provided. So maybe I could just get some clarification on that, please.
I can start. We were looking, and I think it's longer since we've actually had a long-term capital plan. Our intent is that as part of the next year's budget, now that we've got our new software up and running, we now have some designated staff on asset management. A lot of your long-term capital is based on your asset management planning. So intent is to bring that forward as part of the next budget process. We just where we were, we didn't feel that we would be able to deliver a product that we could be comfortable with providing to the public or to council at that point in time, but it is our intent to do that.
I think on the operating side as well, this is a really good year as an example of why I've always struggled with those 5-year operating plans, because in reality, in most cases, it was either the numbers stayed the same or they went up by 1% on each line. And really, they don't give you much indication of what the operating will be in future years, because as we saw this year, CPI is currently 7%, but a lot of our costs went up by 15 or 20% and so on. So on the operating side in particular, it does very much feel like guesswork. I think we can probably do some things to show you not just a capital long range plan, but some of the larger scale projects like the tree inventory and so on, where we think those might happen in the future. And certainly council priorities help with that as well, because it gives us a bit of a better map for the next 4 years as to where our priorities are. But yeah, me telling you how much I need for office supplies for 5 years doesn't really seem to help us an awful lot.
I have a 10-year capital budget book at home. Is it no longer applicable, or?
I think that may be from a prior budget. What we've done in the past is had some of these budget sheets for capital projects that we expect to do in the future. Again, because the asset management plan isn't quite where it will be by 2025. That long range planning is also kind of tricky, and what we found is that a lot of those sheets aren't in the years that we thought they were going to be, or the projects change because of things. So yes, if you've got a list of projects that you're expecting in say 2026 because it was in a budget 3 years ago, it probably isn't very accurate now.
I was never totally satisfied with what appeared in each year, but all I'm saying is the 10-year forecast told you everything that was intended to be dealt with at the end of the 10 years. Tori?
Through your worship, I think it slightly depends on what department you're looking at as well. So for instance, for the wastewater planning, most of it most likely would have been based on our wastewater master plan, as it was completed in 2015. And as we get further away from it, we've seen our municipality develop differently than we were anticipating in 2015. And so we anticipate when we redo that wastewater master plan that we're going to see different infrastructure required required. So some of those projects we haven't proceeded with in the timing that was identified in that original plan, because we recognize that that project no longer will look the same, because it needs to function differently to meet the needs of our municipality now. We are through the asset management planning process trying to and will have better long-term planning, because we have more of a view of how we are planning for things municipally instead of by department. So that will give a better idea. But again, all of these plans do change and update depending on what's happening in a municipality at the time and the needs, as things do change. And so I know since I've been here, what was seen as what was needed, some of those things have changed. And so we are working on developing, especially for next year's budget, kind of relooking at some of those and making sure that they are refined to meet our current needs.
What was there a 10-year budget in the transportation master plan?
Through your worship. So the master plan did not look at our existing budget or our existing projects. It looked at additional items that we need to improve our system to deal with increased traffic on roads. At this point, besides money that was budgeted last year for sidewalks, we haven't budgeted any of that money because we recognize that it is increasing levels of service on our roads, and we are trying to deal with in the current budget our existing levels of service.
Thank you. Rob?
One of the things that council will be getting very shortly, within the next couple of months, is our development charges, updated development charges background study. And what we do charge, or proposed capital to deal with growth related matters will be in that development charges background study. And we've been working on that over a period of time. You would have had it by now, but Bill 23 required our consultant to go back and on all his communities and revisit that. So you'll be seeing some information on long-term capital needs in relation to growth coming forward very shortly on that. But like I said, our intent is to, especially on the capital side, is to reintroduce that long-term capital plan as part of next year's budget.
Is that helpful, Mr. Ford? Okay. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Would it be possible to get a 10-year capital plan? I know it'll change in the future. Is that possible, or is that something we're never going to do again?
As I said, we're going to have that. Our game plan is to have the 10-year capital as part of next year's budget process.
Okay, and it wasn't the development charge study that was.
The development charge study is actually our long-term capital to deal with growth. So that's new stuff that we need, where the long-term capital plan is dealing with replacement of what we have as well.
Okay. So I was going to ask about the development charge study. You said we're getting one. I'm going to ask a question. We're taking $200,000 out of the development charges for a sidewalk plow. Is that legal?
So the proposed plan that will be coming forward to council will have a sidewalk plow in the development charges background study because it's been identified as a need. As we accept the sidewalks for maintenance in the new Loon Call development as an example, our current sidewalk plow will not be able to handle any more additional sidewalks. It's probably stressed beyond capacity now based on needs. So yes, we will need that. We'll need it for our next sidewalk. It's no different than a sewage plant. You need to have the plant in place before you have the first unit using that, and then it gets paid for as the new units come on board. So Hempson will be confirming that as part of the process. If for some reason it is not attainable through development charges, it won't go ahead this year because it won't be in the background study, and then we'll be back with council next time on how we do for it. But their intent is to fund it from development charges, subject to the development charges bylaw being in place.
Okay, what worried me was we're taking that out. We owe $1 million to the library out of DC charges, and now we're looking for 20 million for a plan out of DC charges. we're really hitting the DC charges hard and I was worried whether there was going to be enough pot there.
Yeah, one of the things you'll learn when we get into the education side of development charges is that you'll see all the projects and the way the DC charges are funded. So a portion of a charge is specific to public works, so it goes into a public works reserve. So it can only be used for public works elements. There's going to be a portion that's going to be specific to the sewage plant that's collected from every unit, and it goes into a reserve specific for the sewage plant expansion. So it's set up, that's the way development charges. And you'll learn more about that as we get into, Hempson will be coming and doing a education session for council in relation to the background study.
And that's also why I think it's worth adding that, you know, these are long-term plans and the development charges are future forward, but sometimes, as Rob says, you've got to do it in advance. So you'll remember that we had to take out 2 different loans in effect for the library. We took out a loan for our tax supported portion, which we're paying back every year, but we also took out a loan for the development charges portion because we don't have that money in the pot right now, but we will do as homes develop. And so as those homes come online, that's how we pay that loan back, is by the development charge income every year.
That second was an internal loan, was it not?
It was, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just on the subject of sidewalk plows. In the past, we've used the trackless company plows, and they've worked very well for us. I think they've been a good machine. This 200,000, I'm just wondering, is that specifically a trackless price? There are other companies out there. I think McLean's Engineering in Owen Sound makes a sidewalk plow. Are we going to tender, or are we kind of single sourcing this with trackless?
Through you, Chair, we will be tendering it. And we will be looking at all options and we'll pick which is best for our scenario. I think the conversation we had last time we met was just about potentially getting more of a multi-use vehicle, which might not necessarily be a trackless specific, but we will definitely look at all options and it'll be considered through our tender process.
Councillor Yuri, you were next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Not sure if we're finished with the high level conversation because I'm going to delve. So I want to finish that conversation because we're talking about a lot of high level budget stuff there. I'm going to get into the minutia of the what we were doing the other day. If you want to start doing that.
Yeah, I guess if I can just go back to either Rob or Matt to just understand, I think we this would finish our discussion of capital projects, and I don't think we've delved deeply into the operating budget at all.
Well, so I think on Friday, we spent a couple of hours towards the end of the meeting dealing with questions about the operating budget. I think from our point of view, today is your opportunity to ask questions about whatever it is you want to ask questions about. There's no sort of capital, user pay or operating division. So, you know, however it flows, really, we're all able to answer questions on both ends.
Okay. Fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in that regard, and again, talking about nickel and diming versus those conversations, page 29, the Community Services Council, cost allocations to IT, 2022 budget and actual were 40,005, and this is going to be like another 30% going up to 59. I'm just wondering why the significant change in the cost allocation to IT.
So you'll see that the cost allocations to IT have generally gone up across all departments. It's not specific to council. We mentioned briefly on Friday that the cost allocations are a percentage of the overall IT budget. The IT budget has changed this year, particularly because whereas last year we had a manager of assets and IT who was split between asset management and IT services. When that post holder left, we changed the role to a manager of IT. So that is one of the reasons the IT budget went up as a whole. There are some others in terms of some additional software that's been in the budget and is now being assigned out through the IT budget and so on. And so, you know, because that 59,000 covers 7 people, it's just 7 times what it was last year is different to 7 times what it was this year.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm on page 54. It's not a new question, but looking at the top line, payroll recovery, tourism, Meaford Hall, $24,030. We had mentioned at one point, doing a bit of a study on tourism and gaining an understanding as to whether or not this was the best way to deliver this service. And I just wondered if we were looking at perhaps putting some of that into the coordinators, the economic development coordinators role, or what we might be looking at in terms of evaluating tourism.
So the payroll recoveries are a percentage of a different member of staff. This particular member of staff who's allocated to the special events budget is our marketing and special events coordinator, who has responsibilities across doing some of our design work, liaising with advertising places, talking to special events, organising Canada Day, and sort of doing some of that tourism liaison in particular. Yes, it is one of the things that is on the books that we want to look at how best to do that. I know the manager of cultural services, Krista, and Jeb Brebner, who has this role, and I and Rob have talked about that a number of times, and looking at what our best options are. I think we're probably doing some slightly different things on tourism this time in terms of the marketing of it, and trying to figure out exactly what the impacts of some of that are. But there is a long-term plan to look at that a little bit differently. My argument on tourism that we can go into in much greater depth on a different time is that, you know, a lot of what will improve our tourism is by doing the things we're already doing better, and helping find ways to get some information out there through our website, but also making the community a bigger draw because everything's nicer, and maybe that's the Harbour Master Plan implementation, or maybe that's downtown beautification and so on. So I think there's lots of different ways we can look at tourism, and we have to assign some money to it just because we have to budget for things in a certain way, but really that is all people money for some time that's taken dealing with the tourism website, doing some of the tourism brochures and all that sort of stuff, rather than necessarily sort of tourism in the economic development sense.
A follow-up, if I may, Your Worship.
Sure.
So from what I'm hearing you say, Matt, I'm wondering if this is a discussion that could be furthered during our strategic priorities next planning session, if that should fall into that category.
Potentially, yeah. I think it does fit into some of the plans that Rob's working on with the economic development, and I'm looking at page 57, which is actually the tourism budget. And there's some money in there for the money that we give to the Chamber of Commerce for the Big Apple. There's some money in there for what's a line called Economic Development Partnerships, and that's things like the South Georgian Bay Institute of Tourism. So there is some stuff there, but yeah, I think this is a longer term view. We need to do a bit more holistically on what our downtown does, what our economic development is, and then how that affects tourism.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Yeah, so to continue on a little bit of Meaford Hall conversation, page 75, this actually kind of fits into the tourism conversation as well, because the line item about advertising promotion, last year was budgeted 25,000 and they did about 13.8. 22 was a bounce back year after COVID. Now it's 30,000, which is going to be almost triple what they actually spent last year. Is that based on what exactly number of shows is going to be not that much more significant?
So based on a couple of different things, the reason we were predominantly underspent in 2022 is that, and again, we sort of touched on this in a different way on Friday. An awful lot of the tickets we sold in 2022 were tickets we'd already sold in 2019. So we didn't have to do a lot of advertising for probably half of the shows that came through the hall last year, because they were already sold out, or when tickets became available, because people asked for refunds, we were getting through our mailing list pretty effectively. So I think there's a desire to again do some things a little bit differently with the tourism, with the advertising budget for Meaford Hall, get a bit of a wider reach, changing slightly away from having pamphlets into some different options. And again, some of it, this is just advertising costs are going up, and in effect with 2023 advertising, we're starting from scratch because it's a whole year of new stuff rather than a significant amount of carryover.
You have a follow-up?
Follow-up, please. Thank you. So yeah, and again, me being the pro tourism ED guy, I do appreciate that, and it does make sense to a degree. So I have no real problem with that. Let me ask you a nuts and bolts question about the operation of Meaford Hall. Then on page 76, the next page, hydro was budgeted $70,000 last year, and it came in at 44.2, and now it's up to 67. yes, everything's going up, but is that truly what we're estimating? That's gonna be, again, another 30% increase.
So hydro estimation is what it is estimation. And Rod is here and can talk a little bit about that more specifically if we need to. The budget itself is going down both here and at the arena and in a couple of other places because we have done some work on some energy conservation things and we are sort of seeing some of that impact. Some of the difference between 2022 actuals and 2023 budget, there's a couple of different things here. I think when this was printed, we didn't necessarily have the December invoices in, so that has some effect on this. Some is expecting increases because we expect an increase every year. And some is that the hydro bill for January and February of last year in particular was exceptionally low because the building wasn't open. So in effect, whilst of course we still have to pay hydro during those times because we've still got to heat the building and so on, we were using less than we would be. So this is very much an estimation. Council can, of course, decide to reduce hydro bills, hydro budgets if they want, as with any of these sort of gas or water or so on bills. That's always a bit of a risk because if it is more than that, then it just is more than that. There's nothing we can do really to make it less.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I'm going back to, I've got enough questions of my own. Rob, you brought up about the cost to IT. So it used to be a person that was half IT, half asset management. Now it's all IT. Should there be somewhere in the budget a corresponding credit to? There is, so that it went up $19,000. Somewhere else in the budget, it went down on capital asset management, correct? That's a wash on that one.
Yes, the staff member previously was allocated to the asset management budget with a charge to the IT budget. Now all of that person is budgeted to the IT budget, and so there just isn't that staffing allocated to the asset management one.
Yeah. Did I see your hand a moment ago? No, okay. Okay. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again. Yeah, I have a 3 or 4, but anyway, I'm just going to start with one. Go back to page 54 that the deputy mayor started out with the special events. We have Canada Day expenses allowed of $8,000. I know in the past the mayor and I have asked about putting some monies away for our sesquicentennial celebration, and I really don't think, since that's coming up next year, that this year would be too early to be putting some money. I'm not talking big money, but some money into a budget for that. And I guess while I'm on this subject, we did have a couple of fine young ladies come to us a few weeks ago concerning some festivals that unfortunately require some funding. Is there any place in here that we have touched on? I guess either of those.
Lots of things that I'll try and put in some degree of order. There is nothing in here for the sesquicentennial because we haven't received any direction from council on that. So if somebody wanted to propose a motion to add money to the budget, you can absolutely do that, but that's not something that we've been provided direction on, so we haven't added any money for it. The Meaford, the Canada Day money specifically is worth mentioning because it was in the economic development budget previously, because quite a lot of things were sort of merged together in there, and we've moved it to the special events budget because that really reflects what it is. It is showing as quite a lot less this year than it was previously. I think in the 2022 budget, which I'm just pulling up in the economic development one, it shows as $22,000. The reason for that is that we were specifically budgeting for grant money. And so the tax supported bit of Canada Day was only ever about the 8,000, but we had 2 different chunks of grant money in 2022 that we were using to subsidize that. We may have those again in 2023, but my philosophy, and I've been working with this budget in my team this year, is that we don't budget for grants we don't have, because that's risky, because then we will spend the money, but maybe not have the revenue associated with it. So we'll hope that we get some more income, but that's why the Canada Day money is a little bit less. With regard to other organizations asking us for money, and this is something that happens regularly, as we all know, there are a couple of different options. One is that we, of course, have the Community Wellbeing Bursary Programme. Providing that money stays in the budget today, we'll likely start advertising that in the next couple of weeks so that we can start getting applications in as soon as possible. What we don't want to do is wait until after council's adopted the budget at the end of March to even start asking the question, because otherwise we're really delaying awarding any money till July probably. So we'll start trying to get that information out there, and people will be able to apply for that based on the criteria and that policy the council's adopted. We did take $10,000 of that money that's previously been in for the Community Wellbeing Bursary Programme and reduced that from 50,000 to 40,000 and transferred the 10 from there to an economic development budget. Precisely because we recognise that some of those bursaries in the past have been more for sort of the event type things or the economic development activities. And that money will now sit in Rob's budget to be used for appropriate things and won't go through that 4-year bursary programme. So that may be that we fund the same things we've always funded, which are things like Meaford and Dragon's Den. It may be that we fund some different things in different years because of the activities that are there. There is no money for ad hoc funding. You know, that's a decision council made many years ago, was to make sure it all went through bursary programs or through specific sort of decisions. Because Harley, I know you will remember, as well a couple of other people, you know, we get to the stage where we just have people coming and asking for money every meeting, and then at some point we run out of money, and then you start saying no because we've run out rather than because it's the right sort of decision based on the event. I will say that certainly based on the presentation that we had the other week, you know, we can only ever give grants of any variety to organizations that are sort of registered organizations, because there has to be that audit trail and that responsibility for providing the money. And so, you know, if people were to apply for either the community bursary program or for money through the economic development initiatives budget, you know, it would have to come from a registered not-for-profit or a recognizable group in some form or other.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of follow up on that. I was actually at the Canada Day meeting on last Monday morning. Jen is working hard to kind of do what she can on that day with little money to try and do a day of programming. I know we're whittling away at everything. I'm going to go the other direction, because I'm going to make a motion to make that 10,000. $2,000 is not a lot in that budget. I know you're trying to get granting for that, and whether you try and get granting for 8 or 10 is basically a rounding error on this budget. And
so just clarify, we wouldn't be trying to get money for that. That's kind of my point, is that this would be tax funded money, and any grant money we got would be on top of that to make it mean we could do more.
Right. So I know it's dangerous to take tax money out, but I do believe that this twofold. One, we are talking about the sesquicentennial next year. So this is kind of setting a bar for what we're going to be budgeting next year as you do that. And I also still believe that this is our face of Meaford for Canada Day. And I truly believe that the other community groups that were at that are all also going to be contributing. They're going to do what they can from their end. And I personally believe that municipalities should be coming forward to try and do as much as we can to make that day a huge success, because it does also drive economic development, tourism as well for our community. So I don't think another $2,000 on that amount, it's not even going to move the needle that much for them, but it is a little bit more that we can put forward towards our own celebration.
So are you moving a motion there? Is there a seconder for Councillor Urick's motion? Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Discussion. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. So tell me if I'm wrong, they're taking fireworks out of Canada Day?
Correct.
That's the biggest expense, so we would not need near as much money, because that is the biggest expense, is it not?
Through your worship, yes and no. So they're still talking about doing it at Leith. Because I get that, but again, whether you can support and augment, because you're taking the one away from Meaford, you could potentially help make that one even a little larger. And because you are taking away from the downtown core, because there are noise considerations and worry about that. In terms of the actual overall cost, there are so many things that could go into Canada Day. There's already talking about $4,000 being spent on music and entertainment, that kind of thing. There's already a couple thousand talking about other entertainment and transportation around the event, various things like that, the signage, et cetera. So to do an event like that, day in the magnitude, no, taking the fireworks out, that was already out of that consideration of that $8,000, that they're already trying to figure out how to whittle down what they would like to do to get to the 8,000. So I'm just saying the extra 2 will help augment the programming for the day.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. Matt, I just wonder when we might expect to hear about grants. We're usually pretty successful in receiving those. Will we know soon?
Your guess is as good as mine, to be honest. We always apply for them, and there is still, you know, I'm looking at the page right now, and there is still $4,500 in there for the grant that we almost always get, because we almost always get it. In fact, I can't remember a time that we haven't. So, you know, anything else is the additional stuff to that. And I actually don't know what else is out there. Last year we got one because of the Jubilee. Of course, there are no Jubilee grants this year. Previously we got a larger grant because it was Canada's 150. That isn't happening this year, and so on. So, and that's kind of why we'll always look, but I don't want to budget for it because we just don't know what comes up, and I'm not aware of anything extra this year. Councillor Barley's point is a good one, and that reminded me, I think that is the other reason why this budget has come down a bit, is because we haven't included money for fireworks.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. I hear what Councillor Urick is saying, and you know, when it comes to special events, which Canada Day to me is, it falls in, and it falls in with so many things. It falls in with economic development, community well-being, and it just goes on and on. I was going to ask a question about on page 78, the community improvement program. Last year we spent under $39,000. This year we have budgeted for $70,000. Now I understand that that's tax levy money, I believe, and maybe there's other places in the budget that well, maybe a couple of $1,000 could be fairly easily found.
Could we deal with the motion on the floor first and then come back to that question?
Yeah, and can you remind me what the motion on the floor is?
The motion is to add $2,000 to the Canada Day line in the special events budget.
Okay, are you seconding that motion? Okay, so you want to comment? Go ahead.
I could probably agree with this, and if we get the grant, could we use the grant into a reserve for the big celebration next year? Is that possible?
No, if we get a grant for this, we have to use the grant for that. We could potentially move other money, but by the time we would know, the Canada Day committee would have planned to have spent all the money. So, you know, it's not like for Canada Day, we don't have money left over from the budget unless we know now that we shouldn't be spending it.
You want to speak, Mr. Voigt?
Thank you, Your Worship. The project manager mind in me would just like to note that there's been a number of comments now about the sesquicentennial celebration. Great idea. You'll recall that we met with council for 2 full days on strategic priorities. That was mentioned as one and did not make the list so far. So I'm now concerned that if it is council's purview, but note that when we come back and we're talking about project charters, staffing resources, budget, alignment with all the other requirements, I'm hearing things that will affect all of that in this discussion as it relates to those other discussions we had. So I just want to remind that that's a thing. And if that's something that council chooses to do, that does mean a shifting of the decisions, air quotes, that have been preliminarily made on the strategic priorities that you've all decided.
And I was just
Thanks.
on the point of suggesting that we really need a notice of motion today to celebrate Urban Meaford's sesquicentennial in 2024. And perhaps, some comment about financing for that as well. So, yep. Sorry, go ahead.
Through your worship, and valid point. I think what's going to come down to sesquicentennial though is very much like this year. Yes, X is going to come out of staff resource, but what's going to happen, there's going to be an awful lot of community involvement. You look at that table on Monday, there were like 8, 9, 10 groups represented around there. Sesquicentennial won't be a lot different. There will be driving by council towards that, what it's going to be, but there's going to be an awful lot of community participation that's going to take up a lot of that that differential. So while we didn't put in the priority list, I think the only reason we didn't put in the priority list was because of the magnitude of the things that were on the priority list versus the size of what the sesquicentennial is going to be by comparison.
I think that's a really interesting comment, because I think the word magnitude is an important one here, because from our point of view, I don't think we have any idea of what the magnitude that's intended is. If it's making Canada Day themed around the fact that it's the town of Meaford's 150th anniversary, yes, very little additional effort. If it's a series of events throughout the year to celebrate the history of the town, massively different.
Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Your Worship. There was, just to understand what is potentially on order for the municipality, and again, we're dealing with a hypothetical, but I think we can agree, if we're going to do this as a community, it should be noteworthy, right? It shouldn't just be a flag and a song and we're done, right? It's going to be of substance. So on a recent proposal, very loose proposal that's been sent to staff, and council's heard some presentations on this, the kinds of things that come top of mind when we're dealing with a larger type event. I'm just going to list off a few things. Of course, there's all the impacts in terms of any kinds of neighboring lands, light, noise, hours of operation, on-site generators, et cetera. If there are any structures, stages, shelters, large tents, there's AODA accessibility and building permits that need to be done. Then anytime when you have a large group, you've got life and environmental safety concerns. That's fire and paramedic response plans, on-site first aid stations, environmental emergency response plans, if there are anything when you're dealing with vehicles or what have you. Then we've got professional security, crowd control, servicing and personnel, food services, servicing, traffic control plans and traffic management personnel, on-site toilets, potentially need for drinking water, electrical services, waste disposal, recycling, financial securities, if there's other folks doing things on municipal lands for the repair, you break it, you buy it. And then there's all the contracts associated with using municipal lands. And then if there's any liquor licensing, every one of those does require staff to look at it, even if it's completely run by the citizens of the community. So that's why I do bring it up, in the idea that this isn't something that just falls into place. There's a lot of hours. That's why there's companies that do event promotion and that, and they make a lot of money because there's a lot of technical involvement in that. So.
Well, we won't have to worry about it for another 150 years anyway. Councillor Yuri.
Yes, as long as we're playing point counterpoint, I agree 100%. And the fact that we're doing it, we did it last year, we're doing it this year, is just what is the scale going to be next year? How much community is going to be involved? All those things had to transpire for last year. It's going to have to transpire for this year. Taking fully into account, I accept and agree that all those things have to happen. So you're right, we are talking economy of scale here, and that's why we have to look at what that event's eventually going to look like, bearing in mind that as long as the community is and the municipality can work together, it will happen to whatever degree it can afford to happen, and what those groups and we can make happen. So I'm not arguing at all that none of that's totally not valid. I'm just saying it will happen and we'll work within one of the confines of whatever they are.
We should get back to the motion. Is this dealing with the motion, Deputy Mayor? Well, let's have one more word on it then, and we'll, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate your indulgence. And just for a matter of my own clarity, assuming by next year we'll have the Main Streets organization in place and it will be funded, would this event, should it potentially go forward, would it then come through that organization? Or is it one that is separately going to be funded by this council? Is it, I guess, does Day going to come under Main Streets? Just how's that going to play out?
Through your worship, good question. So the Main Streets organization will be a nonprofit organization run by the citizens of the community. So the short answer is it's kind of up to them. The Main Street framework would typically see these kinds of events to some degree, assuming we're going to hold it in downtown Meaford, would be applicable to them because there is that connection between events and economic development and placemaking. The funding for that organization I can't speak to because there's a bunch of different models that they may choose. The municipality may choose to fund that to some degree, and I know there's already some listed in there more for a to help them with kind of human resource component. It's not a lot of money, but it's not something that we would expect a fledgling community organization to be able to do all of these things, right? So again, it's the question, as the other counselor had mentioned, the scale. So I would be surprised if they weren't involved. So they will be another resource and maybe help with some of the collaboration and then bringing all these energies together. But we still have to figure out from the municipal side what our role is. If it's happening on municipally owned lands, we're involved, right? If they're building things, Bart and his team are involved, right? So, but to hope that they're somehow going to be able to pull this all off, that's putting a lot of pressure on them. We do have some great examples with the folks that did Christmas on the Bay, but I will say from my experience, that was all the credit to the folks that did that and the extraordinary work on our side of the table. That was unique to have a first time thing be that successful. You don't see that often. So how much are we going to rely that we're always going to be that lucky? Maybe we always have the right people. Fingers crossed. Right.
Rob's comment is that it's up to them. My comment is also it's up to you, because it's about what you tell us as stuff to do. If next year you say you got nothing to do with Canada Day, we want to give, we don't want to budget anything, or we want to budget money but give it to a third party to run things for us, then we would just do the logistical stuff from the municipal point of view. If you as a council want to put money in a budget to do a sesquicentennial event and tell us that we should be at least coordinating it with the community groups, then that's what we'll do. So really it's kind of this council's choice as to the model of some of those things. If there's a willing third party is the next step beyond that. But we are under no obligation to run Canada Day at all. In fact, 10 years ago, Rob will tell us that the municipality didn't have much of a role in it because it was all done by community groups.
Okay, so we should call the vote on that. We're adding $2,000 to the tax levy to enhance the Canada Day celebrations in 2023. All in favor? That is carried. I have a question, if it helps us get back to the budget. Why are we budgeting less revenue at Meaford Harbour than we received last year?
Because we always do our revenue budgeting on a sort of a 3-year average, give or take. Do you have a page number?
Sorry, I do not.
Let me just take a look. Revenues from Meaford Harbour. Thank you. Yes. So We're actually not. For dockage fees seasonal, our budget last year was 329,000 and the actuals was 336,000. We're budgeting 345,000 this year.
So why did I write budgeting less revenue at Meaford Harbor? It must have been the entire harbor. Sorry.
Okay, so I think probably the difference. So last year, the budget for revenues as a whole was 415,000. This year, the budget is 439,600, and last year it was $482,003.
Thank you for
The
finding that.
difference is the $35,000 grant from the provincial government. Because we don't budget for that, we get it, and it's normally for a capital project. Because we have to pay it's one of those that we pay the government money and then they pay us back some money. So that's the difference between the revenues and the budget. Is because we didn't budget anything in 2022 or in 2023 for that grant.
Rod, do you want to just add anything?
Matt's exactly right. Through your worship, the $35,000 is a grant funding back from the Department of Fishery and Oceans. And this year we also had a surplus of docks that were sold that was actually added into the operating budget just because it was surplus. We didn't know where to put it. It'll all come out and go against the capital expense for this year.
Yes, there was an unbudgeted revenue of $6,376 for the sale of capital assets. So that plus the grant is almost to the dollar, the difference between the budget and last year's revenue figure.
Okay. I hope we're not done. Okay, I need to.
Do we want to go back to Harley's CIP question?
Sure.
Concerning the special events?
No, you asked a question about the $70,000 for the community improvement fund.
Yeah, okay, please, yeah, I can run that by you again if you need. If I can find it here, and yes, it's on my page, I can't find it. Oh, the CIP, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, and I realize this is a bit of a moving target year to year, but last year it shows we forwarded roughly $39,000 for community improvement grants, and this year we have budgeted $70,000. Now I in some ways hope that yes, we use up this grant, but I'm just wondering, that's a substantial jump year to year, and do we have any definite expectations as to why we might need that much?
So through your worship, our annual funding has always been 70,000, or used to be 50,000, and then when the County of Grey added in another 20,000 to that program, it went up to 70. So that's what we've been funding. We did a few years fund a bit of because we had built up a bit of a CIP reserve. We did only use tax levy for 30,000 and 20,000 from the CIP reserve to keep it at the 70,000 year over year. We're recommending we go back to the 70. And one of the key reasons we're doing that is with the county plan and the update to our official plan, there's some opportunities for some CIP grants for affordable housing projects. Those will be if we get a good project to fund, it will require a significant, so we'll be going back into the reserves. So we wanted to keep the reserves as is, and that's the basis of the county CIP program, is to facilitate affordable housing. So we're suggesting we go back to funding the 50,000 from the tax supported, and then the 20,000 from the county to the 70,000. We haven't had a big uptake of CIP grants because of COVID, but I fully expect, based on the interest that's already been expressed to me this year for CIP grants, that we'll be back up to the 70,000 at least on intakes on community improvement grants.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. This is with the community improvement plan. It doesn't affect the budget of what I'm about to say. in my mind, the community improvement plan was for facades on buildings and whatnot. Is that right?
Our original community improvement plan that was passed in 2008 was a downtown facade program. In 2015, we introduced an additional plan, which we called an economic plan that was available to farmers. It's available to businesses outside the downtown core that would enable other forms of economic prosperity. Our recently approved updated community improvement plan that was done in 2022 brought those two into one plan for both those purposes. So actually, it's a lot more than just a facade program.
And I do have an issue with that. I fully supported the facade program because that helps the whole municipality, you know, to look better. But we're using taxpayers' dollars to fix furnaces and to do stuff inside buildings that nobody ever sees. And I don't know if that's what taxpayers' dollars should be going to.
So through your worship, this council approved, or maybe not all of this council, but did approve the updated plan last year that included that as a potential. Any grants requests do come to council currently for approval. The intent of the economic plan is to promote jobs and help businesses out that may be struggling. So council will have that ultimate evaluation based on that plan at that point in time, but it was part of the plan approved by council, and that's pretty much all I can say.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to add to the CAO's comments, if I may. CIP programming is a priority at the county level. And they've worked really hard to assist all lower tiers because, again, Meaford was a leader. We had our plan in place and several other lower tiers did not. And economic development staff has worked with them to create plans so that they now exist across the county. And having this plan, of course, was a requirement of getting the additional $20,000. So I think you'll find, Councillor Bartley, that the plans are pretty consistent across the 9 lower tiers of the county.
If I could just add, our Economic Development Committee was very, very enthusiastic about the changes to the plan and very supportive and feel strongly that it will advance our economy in Meaford. So you may wish to speak to that as well. I mean, it's your committee, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. And yes, that's certainly true. And Rob can list them better than I can, but the number of businesses that have taken advantage of it. And yes, sometimes I know they do fix furnaces and so on, but I think more often it's exterior renovations that are undertaken, painting and signage and making entrances accessible and this kind of thing that really does beautify our downtown. So I'm very much in favor of the program.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Am I wrong in saying that our community improvement plan for acceptance of requests, is it not endorse requests that are using more greening, more climate change technology, more windows that fit in with the climate change? Councillor Bartley mentioned furnace, more high efficient furnaces, even an electric furnace as opposed to a gas furnace. And if we don't have that component in it, why don't we?
Your Worship, there is sections in the community improvement plan that allow grants or loan funding for green. So those are elements of the community improvement plan. So yes, they are in place.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks for indulging me with another, let me ask another question here. As a new councillor, I'm still trying to get up to speed on a bunch of things, but I have a question with regards to service review. Last year, Meaford completed a service review. However, I'm curious as to whether the budget reflects the review's findings, specifically any enhancements or reductions that align with the review's outcomes. I can't seem to find anything in the budget of any significant reference. So I just have some questions that if action is being taken to implement the recommendations.
One of the recommendations of the service delivery review was the one that we've already talked about today, and that was the asset management and IT being split off. Most of the other recommendations were more process efficiencies through service delivery review. How we can be more efficient in delivering the existing services, whether that's implementing a new software program, just trying to think of some of the other ones off of hand. Most of them were software or process to help us be more efficient and deliver the current services. One of the challenges that the company that did the service delivery review in making those other types of recommendations that would sometimes come out of the service delivery review is a challenge with a lot of times those would come after reviewing how you are delivering the services and looking at the key performance indicators. So one of the recommendations they came forward is for that type of review to be done in the future, that we should be looking at setting up a process of gathering that information so we can evaluate how we're doing. That was one of the things that was highlighted in this council strategic priorities, and that's how it came forward, was from that process and doing that. But I would say those were the key things that came out of that service delivery review. The majority of staffing service changes came forward in the 2015 to 2017 service delivery review, which was done internal, where we things like bringing the operation of sewage plant back in house, moving from external IT services to having internal IT staff. So those were some of the staffing changes from that study, but really there wasn't a lot of staffing changes that were part of that process really considered, except for that one that I highlighted.
I think the other thing to that is that a lot of the stuff that is in the budget is working towards those goals. It might not specifically say this is why we're doing it, but it gets us there. And perhaps, you know, if we talk about some of the facilities staff, that really sort of fits in with the need and the desire in that service delivery review to make sure that we're doing asset management properly and get the plan updated and make sure we're collecting all the necessary data and maintaining things properly. So it's it isn't maybe a specific recommendation that these people should exist, but it's a recommendation to get us where we're going. And the budget is how we think we should get there the best.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm on page 79 now, and looking at revenues for building services, the first line, the expectation for building permits for 2023, 645,500. And I know we don't have a school or a nursing home this year, so I'm wondering if there's any information you can provide council on how we're going to get there. Is that loon call, or what are we anticipating?
Through your worship, what we've done with in combination with planning division and building is we've taken a look at the projects that have received approval already, and to the best of our knowledge, with our expertise, but also in communication with the various proponents of those projects, have charted out when we expect the bulk of these building permits to come online. Right. They don't all happen at once. These projects are done in phases. We needed to know that internally for staff purposes so that we understand we got the right staffing, but also then as it relates to our capacity issues with things like our wastewater treatment plant. So that number that you see there is a reflection of the fees based on the updated fees bylaw and the expected volume of work that they'll have to take care of. The deputy mayor mentioned the loon call by name. That would be one of the projects we would expect to see many dozens of applications coming in this coming year. Again, these are forecasts, so it is a little difficult for us. I mean, we can't make people pull permits, but we're quite confident not only in this coming year's projections, but in the coming years as well. And we can also adjust it accordingly as necessary when that happens, but that's what it's based on.
And Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kenner. I had the same question, both in planning and in building. It's gone up $300,000, and that is with the plans on deck. Like, for instance, Skydev, do you expect that to be advancing in 2023? Or like that's a big jump, 350K, and we are hiring 2 or 3 people, which I know you need. I will never balk that. But to pay for that figures, you're quite certain it's going to happen?
Through your worship, yes, so I can say that we have a pre-application in place from Skydev for their project. As council's aware, they still have some additional approvals to go through. So looking at the timelines when that would move forward, it would not be surprising if they are looking at coming in at the end, and I don't have the chart in front of me, but at the end of this coming year, the following year. But yes, we are confident in those numbers as best as we can be. We've actually significantly advanced the way we are forecasting and developing those projections from the way we had done in the past. It was just necessary because of the scale of the projects. When you have developments in the scale of 5 to 12 to 14 units being kind of the larger ones, for all intents and purposes, it doesn't move the needle much. But if you potentially have 2 or 3 projects that are bringing in each a phase of 30 to 50 permit applications, all of a sudden you're dealing with 50 to 150 more beyond the baseline. And so that's why we've really started to track it that way. We're pretty confident, but we can't make people apply. You can ask me next year how well that forecast went.
Have we any further thoughts at this point in time on the full-time, part-time discussion that we've had earlier? Like, we were going to come back to that, I think. Is that go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
If that's what we want to talk about, we used to get a report, a justification report on why we're hiring a new person, or 2 or 3 or whatever. We used to get that report, and it was basically clarity for myself, or when I get a phone call tonight, why are you doing this? I would have that, and I'd be able to verify, with a report, how we need an extra person on planning because this is what's happening, or we need an extra person on facilities management because. Can we get back to getting them reports so that as a counselor, I can explain to my constituents better than just saying, well, staff told me so.
Yeah, we had a bit of discussion there about when we're looking, when those reports are necessary, and when they're not. One of the things we've talked about was if we're looking to increase a level of service and thus requiring additional staff for those level services, that's when those we call those enhancements. And we're enhancing a service, and therefore we need to enhance it by providing additional resources. Those where we talked about those staff. Where we didn't bring them this year was that these are staff that we felt were necessary to be able to provide the existing services and continue to provide the existing services that council has directed us to continue doing. So then we didn't prepare those individual sheets to justify that because it was just, we just felt it was necessary and that we would explain it through this budget process, which we have in our verbal situation. So that was our intent in doing that. We will still, if there's an expanded service that we need to do, we still bring the reports. But if council wants in the future to have that future more explanation, we can go back to doing the other. But that was what we did as part of this budget process.
Thank you. So just for instance, we didn't increase the service when we got rid of Aqua. What we did was we got rid of Aqua and hired 2 people, and we saved money. And I had the piece of paper telling me all about that.
Yeah.
So when they jumped on me at night, at 7 o'clock at night, I could prove to me that, Yeah, we hired 2 more people, but we saved $38,000 doing it. Same with like with this facilities manager. So I would like a piece of paper that, you know, we're gonna hire a carpenter, we're gonna hire a manager. It's a supervisor. Is he gonna be in an office and not leave the office? Or is he gonna be out pounding nails somewhere? If I had this paperwork, I can easily work on it at night when I get these questions.
Yeah.
I understand you've explained to me, but I would like it on paper. Again, we're not increasing an enhancement, it's replacing something, but we got all that paperwork for Aqua. We got that paperwork for when we hired the asset management people. It was replacing consultants. I would like them reports.
I'll explain the Aqua thing. That was, and as I mentioned, that was done as part of a service delivery review where council got numerous reports on the service and how we thought could be done more efficiently and effectively. So that was part of that process. And I know Matt will speak to the particular, he was going to speak to the particular one on the other.
Yeah, I can certainly speak to the facilities thing. I think the other thing on just the wider question is council can absolutely tell us that that's what you need every time we do an additional staff member in a budget. I think Rob's point is a good one about maintaining level of service, because we kind of don't write a report about why we need to lift the contracted services from 40,000 to 60,000. We just talk about it during the budget process and highlight it where we need to. For the facilities, a facility supervisor, that is the same sort of role and same sort of banding as our existing 4 people. So we have 4 people in parks and facilities, in transportation and in environmental services. They are very, very active people. They probably, I'm looking at my colleagues, probably spend 90% of their time outside of the offices because they're out there doing the work. And certainly on the facility side, the whole point of this is to have people to actually physically do the work, but we need to have somebody who actually can help decide what work needs doing and allocate that to the staff. Particularly in addition, as we're bringing in the cleaning staff back in-house, somebody needs to manage those staff as well. And so we need to have somebody with some sort of supervisory role.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And here's the issue, Matt. I trust my staff. Constituents don't trust staff or don't know staff. And when I need more information on my desk, because I'm the go-between, to explain to them what is happening and why. And I just would like a better report when we're going to hire somebody. Why? Prove to me why you need it, and then I have that on paper.
I think if I may, we did get a full report on the idea of staffing changes for the seasonal operators and the park staff. But I thought we were going to just come back, at least we were told we have the opportunity to come back to that and just decide whether, you know, this is the time and whether, you know, the means justifies the savings and so forth. Sorry.
Just on the thing, as Matt said, if in the future you would like us to, with all those things, we can bring that type of report. It's just a little more staff time to do it. A lot of times we're struggling to even deliver what we deliver. So, but we're more than willing to do that with regard to that.
I think like I was satisfied with the reports we got attending like attached to the budget concerning, you know, these changes. Part of my problem with this is just I feel we have an enhancement in place with the downtown snow removal that is not being affected in my mind, and I don't know what other people, you know, around the horseshoe think, but we're committing here to in this budget to you know, more staff costs and hopefully a more practical system that will be beneficial certainly to middle management in dealing with staffing for through the different seasons. At any rate, I'd appreciate any thoughts other councillors have on this. We talked about it, and it was suggested. It wasn't my suggestion that we come back to this. Somebody said, you know, they wanted to know if we would be able to come back and discuss that any further.
You can discuss anything that's in the budget, and all of those roles that were in those reports were highlighted on the slides that we talked about on Friday. And if you want to do that now, we absolutely can.
I think it's our last chance. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I recall a conversation that you and I had, I think part of where you were headed with that was a concern with our snowbanks in the downtown and whether having those additional full-time roles might allow for an increase in the service level in relation to the time identified during which to remove those snowbanks. We have some banks downtown now that have been there for a while, and I know we have more snow on its way. And I think where you're headed is a relationship between the staff that are being hired and that particular discussion around that service level. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
No, that's exactly what I'm concerned about. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So my recollection sort of historically on this, even when yourself, Mr. Kentner, and when Mr. Vickers were elected to council last term, I remember that our treasurer at the time, doing budget, just like this time of year, suggested that if you wish to save approximately $50,000, we could go back to the minimum maintenance standards. And after some discussion with the two new councillors from my aspect at that time, I believe that we were still continuing then to do an enhancement of service, and both for a rural and for an urban setting. And what I had, my understanding in the urban setting was there was a height on the amount of snow, and had been mentioned, at least to myself, that if our staff were still out doing snow removal, working out, and there was no time for them because they're still busy, I recall that in that program of snowbank removal, that it would need to be contracted out. Now, that did not have to happen last year. Our staff did take those snowbanks down. But there is one thing, just from a communications point of view, that when our ratepayers get in the mail a really nice flyer, it's well done, and it says about when the snow falls, how much, when the plow is going to take it away, when that should be done. To me, it looks very much of the, I'm going to drop the word minimum, the standards that are in place. But in my mind, we have some enhancements to that, and I don't see that ever mentioned. So it just causes in my mind that are we doing it, and it is so silently going along that we don't get energized to see it. And that could be that it just happens, and we're now taking those kinds of things for granted. That could really be the case. But just from the issue of what you've said, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor, just on the removal of snowbanks downtown, I'm sure that now that I've said a few things, I think Jessica probably has looked up some historical details. So anyway, thanks for that. And I guess Jessica will maybe look toward yourself at this time.
Through the chair, I don't know how many historical details I have, but and hopefully this information will answer some of the questions that I think I'm hearing, but by all means, if I'm not, I'm happy to discuss. And I can gladly circulate the document again, just to everyone so that you have it, about what that procedure really is. So downtown snowbanks, yes, it is 1 meter and a 72-hour removal. We are starting tomorrow, for what it's worth. The snow from the last 24 hours has definitely added to it. I do think that sometimes there's a lot of logistics that go into it. On-street parking is probably one of our biggest challenges with downtown snow removal. everyone knows that you're not supposed to park on the roads overnight in the winter, but some people still choose to do so, and that often is a very large challenge. Our staff do start very early in the morning, but quite often you'll see that they have to go around people who are parked down there, and then it's more like trying to get back to finish it. But we are abiding by our own rules. So if there's a question about us not doing that, or it's perceived that that's not the case, again, everything in our road system is patrolled based on minimum maintenance standards, including the downtown. And we are very cognizant of when the snow level reaches the point that we need to A, start planning for the removal, and B, when the removal needs to happen, because like everyone around here said, we're in for more. So hence why the activities are starting now, so that we can get it removed before more snow comes. Is that good on downtown snow removal?
I thought we reduced that 1 meter down, did we not?
No, I think it's supposed to be a meter. Right in front of 21 Trowbridge, it's a meter high and about 4 meters wide between the sidewalk and the road, like, you know. So it's a big, and there's, you know, a lot. And I mean, that snow was deposited, I want to say, you know, 2 weeks ago. And so, or more. And people are saying, for example, that they would like to remove them themselves, except that they've turned to ice, that they can't really, you know, move them. I moved a lot of snow myself when I got home yesterday, and it was just so damp, it was very heavy, but and I guess it was frozen at the level. Anyway, I just
if I could,
sorry,
Mr.
go
Mayor,
ahead,
just
yeah.
a couple of points on levels of service and those particular staff in general. The reason that those snowbanks are still there from a couple of weeks ago is because our level of service is that we only remove them when it's over a meter high. So if the snow was,
you only remove them when
it's over a meter high. So if the snowbank is 50 centimeters high and then it melts 3 weeks later, it will never be removed because that's the council approved level of service. If council wants a level of service that says that they're always removed every week, then that's a really different thing. And so council would have to tell us that. With regard to the staff that were in those reports that you received at the council meeting a couple of weeks ago, they're a really good example of what we saw as the difference this year between an enhancement and just maintaining our service. Because for both the cleaning staff, there was additional hours being included in that, and that included full-time staff so that we could do more stuff during the day at Meaford Hall and the arena in particular, in between bookings and so on. And for the transportation parks and facilities operators as combined roles, that was because in the shoulder seasons we'd be able to do more, like open parks up earlier or potentially do more work on the roads and so on. Those roles will not make a difference to the level of service on January the 15th or on June the 15th, because they are replacing seasonal roles that already exist. So, you know, we're already having somebody working 40 hours a week as a seasonal in the winter to maintain our current level of service. So just the change of that person being a part-time contract person over on a short term to being a full-time person doesn't give them any more hours in the week. They're already working those hours. So, you know, again, there was an enhancement in that report, and that's why it was a report, but it was for the shoulder seasons. It wasn't for changing our level of service in summer or winter. It was to make us be able to maintain our level of service in the summer and winter.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. So just seen Mr. Freeze enter the room, and I have a question that quite possibly then about the level of service and snow removal in the rural community. That one of the things that was talked about was, I think it's called the rollout time for the crews in the morning when they get going, and when they do their last runs towards the evening, and also, which was in the original thing, weekend. So Mr. Freeze, rollout times and milk trucks and school buses and all of that stuff, I'm sure, is in consideration.
Yeah, for sure. Through your worship. Our rollout time is 4 o'clock for the POWs to be on the road. We have a patroller that starts at midnight, does a scan of the entire area. During not normal winter conditions, so winter hasn't set in, he will call staff in for a 4 o'clock start. Once winter starts or sets in, the shift starts at 4 o'clock. Guys just come in for 4 o'clock, so no longer call outs are required. The patroller still is required to patrol during the MMS for regulation 239. They do an 8-hour shift, so they work till 12:30. They'll do their route, just a normal snowplow will be 4.5 hours to complete a route, come back, have lunch, go back out, do any touch-ups. They're done at 12:30. The afternoon shift, which is our seasonals, they start at lunchtime. 3 of them come in at lunchtime and then go to 8:30 in the afternoon or in the evening. The other 3 seasonals will start at 3 o'clock and work till 11:30 at night. So between equipment operators operating plows and patrollers, we have a half an hour time that we're not on the road. And all of our roads are class 4 and 5. With the exception of class 3 for the 10th concession and Sykes Street. So the minimum maintenance standards for class 4 and 5 are between 12 and 16 hours after the snow event happens, and it has to have more than 8 centimeters of snow on the road.
Thank you for that. So what's the situation then when I had mentioned a few minutes ago, if your crews are still moving snow, you can't be downtown taking the banks away, even if the time has lapsed. What is in place for that to transition?
No, so normal operations during the a snow event, having that 72 hours that that council approved a few years ago on the downtown removal. There was also a clause in there. The BAIA was supposed to be involved as well, and I believe they turned down the option at the time that if monies needed to be signed on contractor, they would give a portion. They did not wish to do that, so we still carried a bucket of money. I just can't remember off my head. I think it's like $30,000 in our winter maintenance to hire out services to clean the main street. Since I've been here, we haven't had to do that. We've always met, once it hit the meter height, not width, it's always height. We have been able to clear the snow from the downtown core within that time frame.
Are we saying that there are no 1 meter depth banks in the downtown core?
So right now, after the last event, there is, but it also isn't from people piling snow up. So it has to be a consecutive, block of 1 meter of height. It can't be just someone piling the snow up at a corner and then that just reaches triggers stuff.
That has happened because the banks haven't been removed since Christmas.
No, because they haven't. We have removed the snowbanks once, so we
Christmas.
have. But unless they've hitting the 1 meter, we're not triggering that service.
If I can just interrupt this conversation and just ask us to be cautious that we're not now having a conversation about the performance of services.
I think
we're here to talk about the budget, and if the levels of service need to change, we can talk about motions for that, but we shouldn't be talking about whether or not people are doing their jobs.
I think some of us on council do not understand. We thought we had an enhancement, and it really doesn't seem to be a substantial enhancement. So
there's never been an enhancement for downtown snowbank removal. We set a level of service in 2020 because that needed to be defined clearly. Because to Tony's reference, there had been 3 or 4 different standards over the course of 4 years. So we passed a standard, but we've never added an enhancement related to this.
I thought I certainly got the wrong impression as a young councillor, if you can call me young. Okay, on to discussion about and could you maybe update us, Matt, on because you've put up the new thing. We're still at 3.75.
So that one's not a new one. That's the one that we had this morning. I just wanted to have it there on the screen so that for reference. I believe we've only changed $33,000 worth of money this morning. Yeah, and we added it. So we're at 5.19 municipal, which will be about 3.66 blended.
Okay, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, your worship. I'm curious about a project and I think I'm quite sure Mr. Armstrong can help me in this. I can't find anything in here pertaining to the Nelson Street parking lot. Now, we were going to do some engineering on that concerning soil. That the parking lot's extensively used. It's coming in very convenient, but it's not very close to getting completed. Can you tell us what we might expect there this year?
For your, the purposes of this year through the mayor is that we will be leaving it as is. The estimates that came in for that parking lot were extensively more than what we had budgeted for. That was actually a 2022 project, I think, to do that parking lot, is what I recall. And when we got down to the numbers, or maybe it was designed last year and then built, but the estimate came way over, and staff weren't in a position to bring forward a capital sheet for that project because we didn't know how we were going to be able to fund it within the current envelope of funding that we had. And delivering the budget. Our intent is to continue looking at options for that and possibly considering it as part of the 2024 budget. Am I correct? I think that's.
Through your worship, just to add to what Mr. Armstrong has said. So yes, when we went through the initial budget, there wasn't a location where this project could be funded from without it being a significant increase to the tax levy. The cost of this project to construct the parking lot because of contaminated soils has come in at $880,000. And we cannot proceed with the project without dealing with contaminated soils that are on site, as we need to put in proper stormwater infrastructure for the site, which then causes many other things to have to happen. So unfortunately, because of this cost to the project, it wasn't included in this year's budget. However, we are completing maintenance of the parking lot in its current state as gravel. And as this isn't the best path going forward, depending on how we proceed with this, we'll have to come up with a game plan on what that looks like.
Okay, that's too bad. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Reserves, page 2. You explained this to me last week, Matt. I'd like re-explained. So the roads levy is going up 154,000. That's around 1%. The facility is going up 89. It's about 0.5%. It comes close to what we want. The bridge levies minus 81. And you told me that because of a few changes, the extra money to bring it up to the 1% would be going into reserves. Is that correct?
Yes, but that 300,000, I think it is on page 2, isn't just the bridges money.
That's the question I was going to ask.
It is also includes, and we did mention this, but it's a long time ago. It includes money for Memorial Park and the harbour that are the revenues above and beyond what we plan to spend for capital and the operating costs of those two facilities. The bridges money, which is 200,000 of that 307 or so, that brings us close to 1%. It isn't to the dollar. And the reason it's not to the dollar is that neither the roads nor the facilities are exactly to the dollar either, because it's almost impossible to do that because the capital project costs what it costs. And once we get into adding 1% onto things, we get into $356 on the budget line. So the 200,000 basically ups the bridges to, I think it's probably about 0.96%, something along those lines. And then it just offsets the slight overage on the roads and the facility side.
I understand that. I just thought if the 307 was all for bridges, that really throws it out of whack. So I thought I found some extra money. Having said that, if some of that money is from the park, why on page 124 are we taking $36,000 out of the tax levy for the road in Memorial Park? Why can that not be funded either through Memorial Park reserve or whatnot, please?
This is an interesting one, and we can. Whenever we're looking at capital projects for Memorial, we are always looking at whether the activity is purely for the campsite or whether it's for a public park. So for instance, if we were doing beach upgrades, that would be, we would propose that as being tax levy subsidized because it's for everybody. Whereas if we're doing upgrades to the water system for the campsites, that's clearly only for the campers. And so we do it through the Memorial Park revenues. For the road reconstruction, our recommendation is that a small part of that is for the public and so should be tax levy funded, and the rest of it is for the campsite and so will be revenue funded.
I fully understand that. I just thought everything inside the borders of the park were funded by the campsite, and I'm wrong.
It hasn't been our practice. It could be. I think the reason we haven't recommended that recently is because we know, kind of like on so many of our asset management things, that right now our revenue for the campsite probably doesn't do absolutely everything we need to do there over the next number of years. And so, you know, we have used part of the facilities budget to be able to do that. But yes, we could use that reserve money to fund that tax levy portion of that if council wanted to.
I may come back to that. I'm going to jump back to what we talked about the other day. Page 144. Wastewater I&I treatment, where we took half the expense and put it to reserves, and the other half is going to be funded out of tax levy. I would now like to make a motion that we refund the whole thing out of reserves, because we already had a talk on reserves where by the end of the day, we're going to top them up with two other funds that were not really affecting it. And my motion would be to take the other 124,000 out of reserves to pay for the I&I.
Seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and only that I support that, and also recalling Val's comment and putting her on the spot that our reserves are relatively healthy. So I feel very comfortable in moving to taking this full amount from reserves, and that'll make the difference, I think, that most all of us are looking for in the in the tax levy numbers. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Oh, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Councillor Bartley, for that motion. I only have two more left, and I'll try to be quick.
If they're about something else, Councillor Greenfield, can we deal with the motion first?
Yes.
Well, I have a question.
Well, ask the question.
And then maybe I could make a motion.
Well, no, there's a motion on the floor at the moment that we need to vote on. Yes.
I thought we agreed to that. Sounds agreeable to me.
No, it's certainly is agreeable. So I think that I thought we should dignify it with a little discussion, but if you want to vote, we can do that right now. All in favor? Thank you. Yes, if we could have a little update on where that brings us to, that would be good.
A municipal tax rate of 4.46 and a blended of approximately 3.16.
Oh, thank you again. Well, I may have found another $10,000, but page what is it, 49, specialized transit, Ontario grant, it's listed at 65,000. Now, I think this is the provincial, refers to the provincial grant that Mr. Virus was talking about last week, and it has been increased to 75,000. So am I correct on that, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Smith?
Yes and no. I know you love that. So actually, the grant for this has always been higher than we budget for. And the reason for that is that we are eligible for a certain amount of funding based on the calculations that the province makes for each community based on what we're doing. But of that eligible funding, which is the 75 or so thousand that the MPP was talking about last week, we're only allowed to use a certain proportion of it to fund our services. So we have to contribute, I believe it's 20% of our transit facility, no matter what. So we can't put all 75,000 of that to the operating budget because our total expenses are only 86,000. So the remainder of that budget goes into the specialized transit reserve, which is very, very healthy. And we will be able to use that for future things. And in fact, you are likely to get a report at the very next meeting talking about what we might do with some of those things.
Thank you for that explanation. It sounds terribly simple.
It's a really ridiculously complicated one. I've actually chatted to, Margaret and I separately to various different types of people at the Ministry of Transportation have talked to them about this because it's really confusing. You'll notice, actually, I think last year we budgeted 30,000. That transfer from reserve funds is in effect the grant in 2022. In 2021, we only budgeted, I think, about 12,000 for the grant, even though our grants have been every year $70-ish thousand. And that's because we've had to interpret these grant rules because it talks about existing service versus enhanced service versus, various different things. And so this year, based on some of the conversations we've had, we've taken a different perspective on this and said that we believe we can use up to 80% of our total costs, whereas in the past we've been a bit wary of doing that because we didn't want to lose money in the next year's grant. We're pretty confident now that this is fine, but so there is more grant being put to it this year, but unfortunately still not quite the amount that we're technically allowed to do if our service cost us more.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And again, forgive the new guy questions. So page 88, street lighting, and I know we've talked about it under capital a little bit, but I just have a question there. I just want to understand the sheet because in 2022, there was 42,730 debenture that wasn't allocated in actual. It's on again for this year. But even overall, the contract's up from 28 from 7, and I know there was an explanation a bit for that, but we are looking at a differential from 66 actual to 147, which is fairly significant. I'm just wondering what the validation.
Yeah, I was going to say through you, Chair, I think we talked about this last time too, that we were getting invoices in late and that number actually wasn't accurate for our year end.
So why wasn't the debenture paid?
Well, while she's catching up, I'll ask another question that maybe Jessica could answer or Val. 8 years ago, before we put the new street lights in, what was our hydro bill? I went back through paperwork. Is there an easy way to work that? I couldn't find it. I know we've saved a ton of money.
I think one time someone asked me if I had a crystal ball and like, does that work in reverse? I don't know. I apologize that I do not. I'm sure I could tell you that I can find out.
Yeah. Jeff, did you have something to contribute to this discussion about the lights?
Through your worship, just as Jessica did mention and Val did comment the last time, there were some light invoices that actually just came in recently that probably won't be showing up on your stuff. The amount of one was 10 and I believe the other one was just a bit over 10, between $12,000. So and then even when I think you had mentioned the number $7,600 the last time, is that correct? Around there, and then we looked on Questica actually yesterday, and it's just around the $10,000 mark. So I'm not sure what time frame that was potentially printed off. for you guys, but yes, we're in that $20,000 to $30,000 range once the invoices get paid, or the ones that have been just quoted to be paid. So and like I said before, it's all dependent on what happens. You know, we kind of budget for 10 to 12 light fixtures to go out per year, depending on what to what event they are out, like whether it's we're replacing a head or a pole or whatever, but it's usually around $800 to $1,000 a structure. And then, you know, we have the MTO or motor vehicle accidents that occur. So it's just, we try to confine it to the best we can, and that's just kind of where we ended up.
Thanks, Jeff.
Sorry. The debenture one is a yearly entry, so we do it at the end of the year. And at the time of we printing this budget, it was not done. We have entered it since, and that will be changed and updated.
Looking around the horseshoe for more hands. Okay, maybe, okay, first Councillor Bartley and then Councillor Bell.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Marinoff. We've talked about this in my absence, but that's the end of it. I'd just like to bring before council, which is already in the budget, the temporary part-time snowplow operators being moved on to being full-time personnel, and on the off season, they cut grass. Have you talked about that when I wasn't here? Is that worth us discussing? Because it's in the budget for them to be full-time.
So we touched on it briefly a little while ago, but certainly in terms of what they're doing, I'm happy to talk about that. I think the bit that I want to highlight here, and I perhaps didn't do it very well when we talked about the council, is that this isn't to have full-time grass cutters. These people will be parks and facilities operators in the summer, which means they can do a wide variety of jobs. Sometimes they will be on grass cutting machines, because sometimes our current operators are, but sometimes they'll be doing things at Memorial Park or the harbour or the cemetery and so on. It's just the positions they're replacing are the ones that were specifically for grass cutting. But we will also still use some seasonal staff to do that at times from our pool of other staff. So it's not like we're saying that the grass cutters should be paid at a particular level. It's that they'll be doing the whole range of those jobs.
Councillor Bartley.
Page 89, diesel fuels. We haven't put the budget up over what we actually used. And that concerns me. I watched other people's budgets and they went up extensively.
Through the chair, no. We did increase the diesel prices. I'm just trying to look across. I don't read across really well.
Yeah, they're increasing over the budget, but they're not increasing over averages. And that's something that's pretty current.
Mm-hmm.
That's find that.
Go.
Very comfortable with that.
Through you, Chair, I think we're as comfortable as we can be, given the way the market has been. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, through your
It's a
worship.
long conversation.
Yeah, for sure. And we increased the dyed and clear diesel by 30%. As everybody in this room can testify, that fuel has gone, 100% markup, and it is definitely based on all usage and what we do. We chose 30% in hopes that things would flatten out, come back down to reality. Just trying to help save the budget, because even with that 30% increase, I think it was 150 in each GL for clear. So putting an additional 300,000 to the operation side to fleet. So that's how just kind of our hopes. We do have the fleet reserves, but we also are trying to be more efficient with our work practices and with the newer vehicles and stuff like that, and trying to multitask with different pieces of equipment. But we just thought that was 100% increase on fuel right now, but to try to streamline things and help the budget, we need to put a increase in there, and we thought 30%.
Diesel has dropped, and I'm sorry for second guessing it.
No, diesel has dropped right down for now.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. On the fuel, I've never had anybody make comment on this. Does any municipality get a price break on their fuel? That the diesel, for instance, is the colored fuel, that's fuel with the dye in it. Do we get a break like agriculture versus downtown pump?
Yeah, we tendered the fuel and our oils out last year, and we are 2 cents less than rail. So rail always fluctuates, but we're 2 cents minus rail. So that is completely or way cheaper than the pump price. But that increase of rail has been on diesels. We didn't raise regular fuel because it was so up and down, but diesels, whether it was clear or dyed, stayed regularly at almost 100% for the last little while. So
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I apologize if we've discussed this. There's so many things to look at here. But on that same page 89, towards the bottom, there's the AVL GPS mobile, which 2022 actual is $4,500, and we're budgeting for $30,500 this year. Just looking to get some clarity on that, please.
Yeah, through your worship. So what has happened is our AVL system used to be Esri based. So they have gone out of that business. So we had Esri and Go 9s, which are Geotab based hardware that tracks all of our fleet software. They're doing the whole package now. So instead of going out and tendering for another provider to do the software side of the AVL stuff, which was Esri, we're just encompassed in Geotab now. So the AVL money that was triggered for Esri, which was 27,000, just got moved into that GL. And that's why you see that increase.
So in essence, just add up the lines for annual fees and mobile, and everything's now in the mobile.
Councillor Bartley.
Page 32. I had an issue with facility management. Now, is this the new people we're hiring? So it's got in at full-time and then a contract part-time. Where that would be 4 people?
So this is the what you've got in front of you, of course, is the book that was published before our conversation on Friday. So in there right now in the full-time line is the 3 facilities operators and a full-time cleaner. Whereas the part-time is for part-time cleaners. And you see this very differently this year because when it's salaries, we put it to the main account and then do chargebacks to each individual facility. But last year, if you look at the individual facilities, say museum facility management, you'll see a contract cleaning line individually in that account. So if you add up all of those contract cleaning lines across all of those, it will come to the equivalent of what we've put into the main facilities management budget as salaries.
One more, if I may,
please,
or 10 more, if I may. The amount that we bill D&D, are we getting the full payment back to us that we bill?
There is the issue, the federal provincial issue that we brought a report on last year with regard to the education component that's of dispute. That's outside of the agreement that we have with D&D that came out of the DAP hearing.
So, but for payment in lieu versus not the education, we're getting what we bill.
Actually, probably a little more, I think.
Oh, that's too bad. So my understanding of the agreement that it was going to be status quo, that the education side of it, I know we've talked about this, was going to be status quo with the repan impact on industrial or commercial versus residential.
Through your worship, unfortunately, we cannot speak about that agreement in public session.
I'm sorry.
But I think what we can say, he says as he tries to navigate a fine line, is that when the agreement was signed, there was one education rate being charged by the province to the feds. Since the agreement was signed, the province changed that education rate. We're being paid for the education rate that it was when the agreement was signed, and we're still arguing, and the province and the feds are arguing about whether the feds should pay the higher one. So we bill for that, and then we're basically putting an offset, and that's why we put money into from the surplus into reserves last year to cover that in case we have to write it off at some point in the future.
Go to your point 9, Councillor Bartley.
I was looking at page 10, revenues from municipal taxation. The penalties and interest is so high for the actuals. Is that abnormal?
I'm gonna say probably yes, but it depends on the year and what we bill. What we did to do our budget, we do a 3-year average. So I think we took 2018 to 2021 and estimated at that.
Okay, and I do see you put up the budget 25,000.
Just maybe remind people, by my calculation, if we could find 0.36 in this budget, we would be down to 2.8. Which, no, I think so. So I just wonder if people have more suggestions or things you want to bring up. We do have time on our side at this point, I would say, and I'd like to see us keep going and reduce this where we can. Councillor Bell.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and if you've talked about this one, we can stop. How about my infamous pea gravel and engineered wood? Did we talk about that in my absence?
I'm afraid we have.
And we're getting wood.
Yes.
We're getting wood, and Blue Water Machine and Tool are paying for it.
Yes.
Will you buy it?
Councillor Bartley, do you have another thing there? No. Okay. Okay. Does anyone else have any things in mind? No, you know, aces up your sleeve.
Sorry, I did find it amongst his paperwork. We never, page 78. I don't know if council has discussed this on 50,000 to the hospital. Not that I'm against giving 50,000 to the hospital, but we've never done that, and I don't think it's ever come through council.
Yeah. Through your worship, last year was the last year for our commitment to the hospital, to Northeast Gray.
Yeah.
The hospital too is done. Oh, sorry, this year. Okay, yeah, I'm getting Northeast Gray confused, the hospital, but they will be coming forward to council for future considerations based on the agreement.
This was a 10-year commitment 9 years ago to pay $50,000 to the hospital every year. It's previously been in the community funding budget. It's just moved to the economic development budget. So next year it won't be there, but as Rob says, they may be asking for something again.
Yes.
Page 51. Fines and penalties. $11,780. Is that mostly from parking at Memorial Park? I'm on page 51. Revenues for parks and trails. Fines and penalties, 11,780. We budgeted 50,000. We got 11,000.
So yes, but I think there is also some money in the Memorial Park one, and that's where we've budgeted for it this year. There and the harbour for the boat slip.
And it may not be a conversation today, but I think council should have the conversation. If we're only getting $11,000 out of tickets at Memorial Park, is it worth the hassle? Doesn't have to be discussed today, but it might be a future talk.
Okay, something that we should probably address briefly anyway is that the South Georgia Bay Humane Society had an ask of us, which was, I think, a 4-year request that would begin in 2023. And I think I just want to get something established when we will deal with that, whether we leave it till next year's budget or what.
We'll be bringing through your worship, we'll be bringing a report to council with regard to the Southern Georgian Bay CAOs and Mayor's Forum. Unfortunately, you weren't at the meeting that we had, but we had quite a in-depth discussion, and there's a lot of was concerned about the entire group. So all the communities in Southern Georgian Bay with regard to that. And I think there's going to be ongoing discussions to them to go back and refocus their ask, and that will probably come at a later time.
That's just fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Are we done, Councillor Greenfield?
One more, page 103, this refers to income, revenue, our recycling income and our Stewardship Ontario income. We have the project down considerably from not only our last year's budget, but our last year's actual income. So, Mr. Armstrong, does that have to do with the blue box situation, or why? I think we're down about $45,000.
Paper prices.
Yeah, through the chair, there is some flexibility in market price on what we get for our recycled materials. And at one point this year, paper took a nosedive, and unfortunately we have no control. So it's just they have no end use for the product. So that is shown with a lower price. Usually we do quite well with them, but this year not so much on paper.
Yeah, if I can just remind people, if we could find, 0.36, we could get this to be 2 something as opposed to 3 something, which would be like 0.36 is not, I don't know how many dollars that is, but it's not many. 50,000. Pardon? Do you have any thoughts on that? Yeah, that's true too. I thought of that. We could all chip in, councillors. You had something else, Councillor Bartley?
Budget wise,
Yes.
not really. I did have a comment that you're quite sick of hearing, but I'm going to tell you anyways. Water rates. I'm not happy about 8% increase. Like I said, municipality south is going 10, 10, and 10. Another municipality is going 5, 5, and 5, plus a 15% infrastructure charge. To the east, to the west of us, that already have the highest water rates in the county, are going up 20% this year, and not one councillor questioned it.
Well, sorry, you have something to say, there?
Well, I was only going to comment, your worship, if I may, and I appreciate Councillor Bartley bringing this forward, and I don't like 8 and 8 either. But after hearing the presentation this morning and understanding the needs that we have in our municipality, and we are a bit over a barrel here, we have to fix our piping and our infrastructure. And if we try to reduce that, it's only going to bite us next year. So I just as much as I don't like it, I really don't see that we have much of an option with this. We have made a commitment to 8 and 8 for as many years as it takes to get ourselves, beyond the situation that we're in now with our aged pipes and infrastructure. So I think we're kind of stuck on this one.
And to me, 8 and 8 will be just a little better understood if we can get our general tax levy, make it clear to ratepayers that we've done our best to keep this reasonable in a time of high inflation.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just as a comment on numbers.
Just a moment, Madam. Sorry, did you have something you want to say? Okay. So go
Just a
ahead.
comment on numbers. When we're aiming for specific numbers, it means we're not really taking into account things like our asset management plan or things that we've already committed to. Our municipal section of the budget, which the number currently is 4.46, 2.5% of that is specifically for roads, bridges, and facilities. Another chunk of that, probably 1% of it, is the general capital budget. So our operating budget, in effect, is right now going up by about 1% in a time of inflation of 7%. So I understand why we like lower numbers. We all like the tax rate to be as low as we can, but to have specific numbers in mind does a real disservice to what do we need to do to make this community successful and grow. Because then we're just cutting things for the sake of cutting things rather than because they're the right things to cut.
Councillor Bartley.
And I've said this before, and I'm sorry for repeating it. This municipality 6 years ago went on the 2.5% increase, one for roads, one for bridges, a half to facilities. That's 6 years. We're ahead 15%. Ahead 15% ahead of the other municipalities south of us. That's why their increases are so high this year, and they're still deferring with reserves. They're going to have the same increase next year. It's black and white because they're behind the curve that we're ahead of. Just you have to really pat staff for bringing it forward and for councils just sticking to that. We're ahead of the curve, big time, and I've really delved into that a lot. So I think congratulations on that for sticking to it. Needs to be happen.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I would echo as well, Mr. Bartley said earlier, is that low for the sake of low isn't necessarily good. I think we've done great work and just literally we're about half of what we started with. I think that is yeoman's work for everybody in the room. And just to try and reach the number, as Matt said, I think does a disservice, but more to the point, as we saw at Roma, what you don't pay for now, you pay in the future. So this is about as much about preventative now as pay later. And I don't think just keep cutting just to do that. It may be in our best interest as well. So I'm comfortable where it is now.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I didn't say what I'm about to say at the onset of doing our budget. But I want to say that I think right now that we have done a really good job. And I do think that we are considering the betterment of our community. And I do want to say that people are feeling the pinch. People are feeling the pinch at the grocery store. And they're feeling the pinch when they go to the fuel pumps. They're making decisions on whether they're buying groceries, clothing, what they're going to do without. And as a municipality, when we have ratepayers, some who through the course of hard work and family, they're very well off. I also get to talk to some people who are not, and they are making those decisions whether they have enough money to buy some stuff. Rents are going up, mortgages are going up, Bank of Canada rates going up. So people are going to feel it. And I just think that with everything that's transpiring, even in the farming community, with world events and fertilizer, maybe the lack thereof, what the returns are going to be in the farming community. We've got a lot of farmers in our municipality. So when we set out to do this and we have a percentage that ultimately will be presented to everyone who lives here, I just want them to know, and I'm sure we all have, we take all of these things to heart, and that we do try desperately and work hard to, when we present a percentage increase, that we have done our job and rolled up our sleeves, that we are trying to make this number that they see, what we take into consideration, and for the values that they get. I'll end by saying this. I think other members of council have also had certain ratepayers in areas say, you keep raising my taxes, but I don't get anything for it. And then you have those conversations about what they are truly getting for services. And sometimes what they're looking for is, do they see the snowplow? Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Do they get to see when the sidewalks get cleaned up? They get to see that. What they don't get to see is most of our senior staff and most of those departments, who I know, Madam Deputy Mayor and Mr. Mayor, you spend a lot of time writing checks. You write them, you sign them off on jobs that have been done, people that need to get paid, payroll that needs to get done. And that all has to happen as a corporation. And a lot of times, a lot of people forget that. This is a corporation of the municipality of Meaford, and it's a big animal. And there's a lot of departments, and there's a lot of moving parts. So I always take the opportunity, fellow councillors, when somebody says to me, I don't get very much for my taxes. I do like to tell them it's far more than whether we have police and a fire department that may have to be called, and your garbage that gets picked up. There's a lot that you get for your money. So anyway, if I went on, I apologize for that. Councillor Bartley often says I kind of go on, but I want you to know that I know you all have thought about the same things of what's transpiring in our world, in our province, and right here in our municipality. Thanks.
I wanted to ask, do we have the traditional number of what this tax increase, the blended increase, will result in to the average homeowner? I don't know how long it takes to, I mean, you will calculate that because it's always announced, but I just wondered if how far away we are from knowing that.
I don't have the blended rate. Sorry. I don't have the blended rate, but on our own municipal rate, on $100,000, that would be $38 a year.
But it will come down on the blended rate.
On the blended
Yes.
rate. No, it won't come down. It'll
Oh,
be
that-
just. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
so say that again.
On our own municipal rate, it's 38.36. So on a blended rate. About that.
The 8 being for every 100,000 of assessment. And I think our average at the minute is about 252. Almost 300. Yeah. So we're talking almost 300 on hours, we're talking about $100 over the year.
Sorry,
On our average home, just for the municipal part, we're talking about $100 a year.
about 100 a year. Okay. I think I just wanted that on the record. I think that's good for. So people know, they can sort of evaluate that. Yes.
Just from here, if council passes the necessary motion for us to proceed to the next step and get ready for the public meeting, this will all be included in the public meeting information, which would be the next step for council in this process.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure how long it would take our excellent staff to do a little bit more figuring, but I just wondered if we could take a short recess, if that would give staff enough time to give us some final numbers, or is that asking too much? If it is, then tell me.
I think the trouble is for us to get any more exact than we've talked about so far, we need to like go and double check everything and do it carefully. So I wouldn't want to say this is a final number when we might be off by 0.05% and things like that. We'll, it'll be there for the public meeting, and that will all have to be published by next Tuesday, I think, anyway, or week on Tuesday.
Well, that's understandable, Your Worship.
I think,
If I may, while I have the mic, I want to thank our senior staff. I want to thank all of our staff who was involved in this exercise. This has been tough. I mean, we've been relatively coasting along in our nation with about 1.25% inflation, and all of a sudden we've been whacked this year, and you have suffered those increases. You've had inflation in materials and engineers, consultants, it doesn't matter what, and you have bore that front, and you've come to us. It was a little scary there 2 or 3 weeks ago, I must admit, but you have worked with us, and you have worked for us, and you have worked for the residents of our municipality to help us. I think we've done a good job. I was not expecting we could cut these numbers as much as we have. So I'm quite pleased. Yes, it's an increase, but hopefully we're going to continue giving a good level of service, and I'm hoping everyone will understand and appreciate.
Councillor Uri, you wanted to say something? No, you're done. Okay, and Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Greenfield. You opened up the line of thank you that I have on my mind. I know each one of us go through the budget. I know each one of us have a desire to say something and be involved. But I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Bartley sitting here, who spends hours on end. Your input into everything that we've been doing, Steve. I count on you. I know that we all count on you. And I want to thank you, Steve, for your outstanding.
I'm ready for a motion, or going to move that we adjourn.
So before we do,
by the committee of the whole, we need, sorry.
Well, no, before we do that, Mr. Mayor, if this is sort of comes to the end of the deliberations, what will be very useful is that we pass a motion to reflect that. So I've drafted some words that perhaps somebody would be willing to put on the floor. And that is the committee of the whole, 1, give preliminary approval to the 2023 tax supported and user pay budgets, and 2, direct staff to move forward to the statutory public meeting prior to final approval.
So we'll say moved by Councillor Bartley and seconded by Councillor Uri. All in favor? Thank you. So
and then yes, move out of committee of the whole, please. And then we don't need a motion to adjourn at all, because we'll be finally at the end of the agenda.
So we do need a motion to leave committee of the whole. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All in favor, and this meeting is adjourned.